Hi. According to YouTube, there's 5 people waiting. I am probably one of them, so that leaves 4. So for the 4 of you who are here hanging out, jack shit. Um, as an example, hello, hi, it's me, DevShell2, Raven J. It's been a while since I've been on, and it's funny that it's been a while because the last time I was on, I was talking about doing all kinds of new stuff and revitalizing my channel and getting back into it. And it turns out it was a lot harder than I had anticipated. Um, so hello, hey Ashley, hello Troy and Jack shit. What's up? So So yeah, it turned out to be a lot harder than I had anticipated than I thought it would be. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I mean, there's like the normal stuff, just everyday life. And you get to the end of the day and you're like, am I gonna broadcast? Well, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I was going to broadcast the other day and I don't know, I was just like, I just wasn't feeling it by the time that the time came around to do it. I just wasn't there. So I didn't. Um, but there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I wanted to talk about, and I'm hoping that Serious Mind comes on. I am hoping that Autumn comes on, and I am hoping that Michael Clifton comes on. So we shall see if Michael and all those folks come on. That would be fantastic. As far as I can tell, they have not seen the invite that I sent them. So we'll see. Um, yeah, it is what it is. But anyway, yeah, so here I am. So much stuff I want to talk about. And I've really got the perfect person to do that with coming on right now.
What did I do?
Hey, Joe, what do you know?
Oh, how's it going, girly?
I don't know. I don't know. It's the end of the world as we know it.
And I don't feel fine.
Yeah, no, me neither. I'm like, so let's get like right into like my the first topic that comes to mind for me recently, and that's Canada. We need to do something about fucking Canada. Hey, baby, what's up? Hi. Um, I can't go outside without coughing like I'm smoking.
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I know the fires are bad, and I don't really want to make light of them, but yeah, they're lit up. I this
Well, and the thing is, it's like, I mean, it doesn't seem to be any effort to do anything about them. Unless I'm
well,
missing,
that's what I'm wondering. Are they doing anything?
not that I can see. I mean, it's possible something's happening and we're just not hearing about it, but it just seems like they're just like, fuck it, it's just burning.
The day before yesterday, I was out on Route 23 and car went by and you could see the smoke. I mean, it wasn't just like a haze in the distance. You could
Hmm.
see the smoke and it's like this isn't good.
Hmm.
This is like this is the opposite of good.
Yeah,
Um
it,
and
it,
there's like no
it's
escaping it.
it's even ungood.
It's ungood. Yeah. I mean, it's like, I think about like the fact that I smoked for a million years and then I quit and I'm like, and I'm feeling better and I have more energy and now for the last few months it's just like
Like you're
it's like
smoking
I'm
again.
still smoking, yeah. And like my kids, little kids, and you can't escape it because it's smoke. You can't keep it out. It seeps in, you have to live and the air is part of that. So it's like there's no escaping it. And I don't mind the campfire smell so much. Um, that kind of reminds me of camping and bonfires and all that kind of stuff. But knowing that, inhaling this constantly, 24 hours a day, every day, this is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, and that's definitely. I mean, while we're going after Canada, which is long overdue, in my opinion. And again, I've got no major deal with Canada, but here's the thing that irritates me, and it's not even Canadians' fault; it's everybody else's fault in regards to Canada. People, for and with good reason, with certainly we certainly earned it that people give the U.S. shit about our foreign policy and what we do and the wars and all that. Fair enough, okay. But with like one exception in the last 50 years, Canada has been with all of them except for like one. So how come they don't get the same shit? They're like, you should be more like Canada. I'm like, dude,
we're exactly like any.
I looked on either side. I mean, there was a Canadian. I mean, what are you
You know why they don't get a lot of slack for it? Because they're very sorry.
Very sorry.
Very sorry.
And also the whole thing about them being polite. They're decent people. Again, obviously we both have lots of Canadian friends. And I've been to Canada many times. We'll continue to go to Canada. But I've had a different experience maybe than what the stereotype.
The reputation is exaggerated, without a doubt. The reputation is exaggerated.
Well, we're particularly like, okay, like if you go to Niagara Falls, most people are cool. But like I was in Niagara on the Lake, which is more isolated. It's a touristy area, but it's not as much of a tourist area, if you know what I mean. It's kind of more of a peaceful place. And at the time I was dating a Canadian woman she was a go-go dancer, and so she would work the clubs there. Sometimes I would stop in, pick her up at the end of her shift, and sometimes I got there a little early. And I'm just listening. Like half the dancers would be black. And these people were just saying, this spew of racist bullshit, right to the women's faces. And like, so don't fucking tell me that these are polite fucking people. Same thing. So, there's a number of Canadians that I've ran into that have, an anti-American bias. And it's fine. Like, it's one thing to say, okay, we don't like what America does. Okay. I don't, a lot of times I don't either. But
understand. I understand, and not just Canada, from anywhere.
Right.
People having an anti-American bias. I understand that. Well, what confuses me are the Canadians that are just like, I love America so much, I'm getting on my knees.
That's the thing. There's two extremes. I mean, there's the average Canadian who's just, just like they take us or leave us. They like when we do good things. They don't like when we do bad things. But then there's like this 10% of like just America haters. And again, if you don't like what the United States does, okay, again, a lot of times I agree, but it's when they start like coming at me and like, dude, I'm like a black dude in America. I've got so little power to create any of those problems you're talking about. Don't be aiming your bullshit at me. You should be like, hey, I'm sorry. If you apologize and be sorry, it was to be sorry for and for the stuff you have to go through as a trans woman. But and then I used to work for a guy like that. I worked for a Canadian company, and the one guy was like, America could do no wrong, and everything that Canada had was shit because America, if we did this and America would just blow it away. I'm like, chill out, dude. Calm down. Get some perspective a little bit. It's frustrating because again, there's a difference between. It's kind of like when we were doing Great Debate Community, right? It's fine to beat on Christianity, but if you attack individual Christians before you even know their position, that's kind of a dick thing to do,
It's kind of a dick thing to do. Yeah, that's true.
That's true. So it's the same thing. Like, if you want to say, hey, I don't like American policy, great. You don't know me. You don't know. Hey, maybe you'd find out that we have a lot in common about policy wise. Like, I don't like this policy and that policy, But you know what I hate? I hate even more though?
What's that?
American leftists who don't understand the political system at fucking all. They don't know how a law gets passed. They don't know what the powers of the president are and are not. They don't know what the power of the Congress is and are not, or the Supreme Court, all these different things. Hey, is it going on? And they're like, somehow they've convinced themselves that Russia, which is a right-wing oligarchy, is like this leftist, thing. It's like, dude, they're not now, and I'm not sure that they ever really were. They were authoritarian, but whether they were leftist or not is highly debatable. Maybe on the facade, but they didn't really live up to the socialist goals.
Well, I mean, there's like people on the left in this country who are so upset or so disillusioned with just America and the American dream, that anybody then that stands up to their own country, right, that stands up to the U.S. is suddenly a hero.
Right.
Right.
No matter how bad they are, too.
This is somebody I can get behind because they got the balls to stand up to my country, and it's really kind of fucking twisted. But I mean, I see them. The
tankies, yeah. You froze there, Raven. Yeah. The tankies are the worst because, again, and see, they do it because they think they have something in common.
Everything went weird here.
Yeah, you're back.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, they think they have something in common ideologically with Russia. It's like, but you don't. It's a right-wing, extremely capitalistic oligarchy. It's not socialist in the slightest.
I've learned something about tankies, or at least, hi, by the way.
Hi there.
I figured them out.
You look great, by the way.
Thank you. You look fab. Like, your makeup is like freaking great tonight, and you look just amazing. So
yeah, I showed you a recent picture. You had put up a before and after picture of you from many years ago, and
my glow up pic. Yeah,
I showed that to Suzanne, and she was like, "Wow."
Yeah, you look great. So as best as I can gather, my intuition from I have like an addiction to following these kind of people. There's like this weird fascination with these kinds of people, and they're socially conservative, right? That's really what it is, and it's to the extent that these are the kinds of people that sort of buy into and can descend into like the QAnon conspiracy like rabbit holes, right? And I've watched, and it kind of ties in. I'm not sure if you saw what Matt Walsh put out on Russia banning trans affirming care like entirely, just recently in the last few days, or maybe the last couple of weeks or whatever. But you can find like this celebratory rhetoric from Matt Walsh that's not all that dissimilar from some of the tankies I've seen talking about it online. There's it's like it kind of blends as sort of this. It's like the politics of ew, something I don't understand, and therefore we need to ban it because it's dangerous. Right. And that's what I see from tankies. Like that, my takeaway, obviously I'm biased. I have my own concerns. I'm not saying that that's all that is, but it's just something that I notice out of
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because one of the things that I've seen, like, okay, back in 2020 election cycle, when what really buoyed Biden's campaign was South Carolina, right? Black people came out in droves to vote for Joe Biden. And instead of saying, okay, well, we disagree with them, we think that Bernie's better or whatever, fair enough, that's a valid position to take. Black people are stupid. I heard that so many fucking times. Like, oh, really? So you pretend socialists who think you're egalitarian, but black people are stupid. Okay.
Yeah, they have a lot. Like, so they're socially right wingers.
Yeah.
Like they were like that seems like I can't say that like universally, but the ones I've freaking seen seem to be, Well,
there's definitely crossover there. I mean, you're right, because they're and they tend to be sexist, in general. Like they're trans sexist, but they're just sexist in general.
They're definitely not down with the trans people.
No, they're not. And you'd think, again, Sorry, go ahead. Raven.
No. Finish your thought because I'm going to change the subject.
Okay. No, I was saying you'd think that, you know, 'cause to me, as I've always understood it by people who were devotees of socialism, the idea is that you're trying to create a flatter society with fewer hierarchies, so that which allows everyone to be closer to equal because you're not elevating anybody over anybody else. So that's what I thought was the principle, at least. So you would think if you actually believe that, then you'd say, well, hey, you know, my trans sisters and brothers and my you know, melanin afflicted you know, brothers and sisters and everyone in between and the non-binaries and everything like that, you'd be for all that shit because that's how you would get that flatter society, right?
Yeah.
So it's time to do a little housekeeping now that we've got a conversation going and things are moving. So for those of you who didn't notice, I did change the name of the channel back to DevShell 2. I decided I was going to do that, and eventually I'm going to basically archive.
Oh, you froze again. Raven froze again. Oh, I think Autumn froze too. I think Autumn moved. You blinked.
Okay, am I okay?
You're okay again, yes.
The internet in this house sucks.
Take it from the top.
So you rename the channel back to DevShell 2.
So yeah, back to DevShell 2, and I got the new channel called Raven J. It's like I'm like subscribed to 2 people, or I have like 2 subscribers. And Peach is one of them. But I haven't put any videos on there yet. But that is the plan. So there's that. So DevShell 2 is going to be archived, and then Raven J is going to take over. And then also, Joe knows about this. I don't know if Autumn has heard. Probably. I am now the owner of the Breakfast Club channel. So it's basically, technically, I mean, it's a separate channel than the one I started, but the original Breakfast Club was mine. So basically, the Breakfast Club is back in its creator's hands. And I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with it. I did change that back to the Breakfast Club instead of the Dinner Club, and I understand why people aren't necessarily like, you know, with that, and they prefer the Dinner Club because we do it late and blah 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 blah. But it really is about the show, the movie. It really is about the concept of a group of people with not necessarily, you know, the same life experiences, having discussions about the big things. And that's why it was called that. So I want to take the channel back to that and probably do the weekly videos like the original channel was, and then maybe once a week do a live stream. I just haven't gotten the oomph to do it. Also, I'm about to post the link to my Patreon. Agent of Doubt would like everyone to donate or become a patron on my Patreon, because he would like to drool over my boobs after I get a boob job from the money I raise on Patreon.
It's true. I was there for that conversation. I saw it happen.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, okay. So there's that housekeeping, and it's hot in here, and I wish I had a Bud Light.
One thing.
Segue, you see that? You saw that?
Yeah. Well, one thing I thought was kind of interesting. Speaking of, you know, coming back and all that, is this new feature that they have added now to StreamYard, so that you don't have to have 2 windows open. That you can actually, if you're a participant in the stream, that you can actually participate in the chat, in the public chat. If you click on comments,
look at that.
little thing you can click on.
Oh, this is great.
Associate your channel with the stream, and then it, you know. So in fact, I'm going to say testing 1, 2, 3, so that you don't have to go back and forth. Post it as me, so you don't have to go back and forth, which is always a huge pain in the ass. Also, it inflated the viewing count, because now you were viewing. And when you're really just there you go. I see. Hi, everybody.
Look, Vegas is here.
What an asshole. Shut the fuck. I hate that fucking guy.
Hit that fucking guy. Hey, Tommy.
I know you're joking, but here's the thing that's kind of funny about that. You try to trigger something in my brain, in a good way. In a good way, in a good way. So I could really, obviously, you were always who you are, but you had to live as somebody else. So I could really kind of seeing that form that you took on, that mask that you wore, as kind of like a separate entity to yourself, because you weren't really behaving as you were masking who you were behind some persona.
I kind of looked at Rob that way myself, actually.
So I'm kind of cautious about this because I don't want to appropriate terms and ascribe it to myself, but the idea of this two-spirit thing is actually I kind of identify with that a lot more than like the thing is, like, when I was a kid, I was that little gay boy, right? I was pretty effeminate, but it was figuratively. I don't want to say I was like beaten, but like it was beaten out of me. Like I couldn't turn to people. I couldn't. I was picked on a lot.
You were coerced out of it.
Yeah, and even like living that life, I would get clocked. What are you, gay? Kind of that kind of thing. Wow. So like I had to be something else, and like I became that, but like I wasn't that, but I was that.
Right.
And it's a mindfuck for sure. But like I got through it, and it's
and I
I'm
think
getting
it's
through it.
Not to cut you off, but I'm cutting you off. It's and you said you got through it, right? And let's not be light about that, because not all of us do.
I know.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of trans folk don't make it out of their teenage years.
Yeah, for one. Right. Yeah. Sometimes they end it, or sometimes other people end them.
Yeah.
This. I've been arguing back and forth with two morons on YouTube, which two of the many. And it's one of these things where people do this. They try to pretend that like trans people is a new concept, like it's just like somebody just made it up 10 years ago. And
social experimentation.
And so somebody was like, I forget what there was whatever the thing was. It might have even been MASH, but it was basically the idea, somebody who was not a trans person, who's just basically either someone who's drag or a transvestite or basically in his case just faking it.
Right.
And this person was basically saying, they were all like, yeah, see, like the old days, we didn't have all this. I'm like, there's an episode of MASH where some doctors from Sweden are there at the camp, and Mariette Hartley, playing one of the Swedish doctors, says to Klinger, hey, well, you know what? If you identify as a woman, we got surgery for that in Sweden, because Sweden was one of the first countries that actually had the vaginoplasty, whatever it's called. And of course, Klinger was aghast because Klinger's not a trans person. So it was like, oh my God, I'm not going to do that. But so they were, and that's the thing. And money, this is representing the 50s. And I looked into it. They were doing surgeries as early as the 50s and possibly earlier.
The first trans woman bottom surgery in the U.S. was almost 100 years ago.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Because like and like I said, they talk about it like it's experimentation, or like we don't know about any of this stuff, and this is new, and it's just no, it just isn't. Right. Just because you didn't hear about it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. I mean, there's a thing that exists today that didn't exist then, and that's social media. Right. So it's like people like Autumn and I, we can find each other.
Well, and also
this is 50 years ago.
Society
Can I respond to Ashley King? So the thing about the two-spirit thing, I'll just read this. Trans woman here, or Choctaw trans woman here, I don't generally call myself two-spirit because of the spiritual implications. And I also don't feel half male. So like the thing is, like I identify with it, but it's not a welcome thing. I want to be clear about that, right? It's very much like an artifact, but it's a core thing. Like I don't know if you want to chalk it up to method acting. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is, but I really did have to, like, the easiest way for me to live was to just be that hyper masculine, right? It was to assume that it was like, one, to squash that part of me, like to kill that part of me. And it was just my upbringing, right? It was just the way I was raised. And so, like, I got into the role, and it's so difficult to detach from.
That's why I joined the service.
That's why I joined the service. I joined the service. I was a mercenary. I was a football player. I did all sorts of shit like that, you know. But like, I have had that experience. I can't take it away, you know. And so it's a part of me. You get it? You know what I mean? It's like,
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. So it's not that two different spirits are occupying you.
Just not the right word. There's not the right words for it. You can only ever get so close to what the experience is in words.
Right. And that's the thing. And because obviously I've never experienced it, so it's hard to know exactly how it feels for you. But yeah, but these people that they're just always going off about like and I said to one guy, I said, you didn't hear about it because of people like you, because because people like you made it unsafe for them to be open about who they really are.
Yeah.
So, you know, and then the other thing that's really kind of got me is the people who openly say they won't deny that it's real, but they're basically saying, you know, literally, some are saying it figuratively, some are saying literally, basically get back in that closet. I'm like, well, why? Just because it makes you uncomfortable? Well, get over yourself. You know?
Yeah. The thing about this though is, like, listen, I get it. I have a lot of resentment because, like, I feel like what separates me from a more attractive trans girl is supportive parents, right? Like, this is a known thing. Like, today, in today's time, in the right state with the right, like, I'd have been fucking hauled off and taken away from what would be considered, you know, hyper negligent parent, you know, like, but I get it, right? These terms, they cover sensory things, right? I'm caught in this weird place where it stings to be misgendered and understood a certain way, and my voice is a certain way, and my face is a certain way, and I understand all that. And it feels kind of weird, like, I can't really feel like I can reasonably expect someone to just be completely on board, because it's uncommon, right? Like I get, like, it's like, I don't consider it abusive necessarily, but it still stings. And that's why I'm working on what I'm working on. So, like, over time I can go less freaking crazy.
Right. So like Joe saying about, you know, hey, you people are the ones that made it unsafe, and that's why you didn't hear about it. I mean, in 1952, right? Christine Jorgensen, she was the first American to have a sex change. She actually had it in Denmark, but she was an American, and she was like a movie star after that.
Yeah.
I mean, she was on newspaper, she was on the news, she was interviewed. She was, and you know, people did not freak out about it. I mean, that came later. That came with the gay panic in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's I've never seen a bunch of people so obsessed with the sexual identity and you know and of other people. Like, they're not trying to get you, you know, that's the thing too, like the ones that are like like trans women are they're tricking. Well, what are they tricking you? I mean, you know, if you don't want to be with a trans woman, no one's making you.
No, and
well, I mean, the fear is that they're going to lie. The fear is that, you know, a trans woman is going to, like, you know, fool you, you know, into thinking that they're a cis woman and, you know, get you married and hunkered down and then not give you children and ruin your life. Because isn't that the goal?
Well, the funny thing is, though, I would put to them, it's like, well, if you couldn't tell, what are you worried about?
What are you worried about?
You know what I mean? And there was I mean, and certainly the children thing, but I'm sure even if a trans woman was quote unquote trying to trick someone, which I don't think they do, but if they just say somebody was a wacky person and they did it, well, they could still say, "Hey, look, I'm barren, right? I can't have kids. My uterus is all fucked up,"
And I'm sure there have been that have done that. So Bud Light.
Yeah.
So do you know who Dylan Mulvaney is?
I know the name.
Okay. She is the trans TikTok influencer who apparently, I don't know if it was hormones. I don't know if she had some kind of surgery. I don't know if it was from her coming out date. I don't know what it was, but she had hit the point afterwards where it was 100 days, right? 100 days of being a woman. And Budweiser decided that it would be a neat, idea to send her.
Oh, you froze again. You done froze, did?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
My internet keeps going out. Anyway, they thought it would be a good idea to send her, because she had such a large following, about a case of beer with her face on it. Right? There was no commercial. There was no advertising campaign. There was, they were not selling a can with rainbows and her face on it.
It was a case of beer with one can customized with it. One can. Okay.
And she talked about it on TikTok. She was just like, "Oh, look at me." Now, Dylan Mulvaney is a very strange person.
She is a little bit strange, I will say.
She's kind of wacky. She does stuff, on her TikTok for laughs, for viewership. She gets all dressed up in a ball gown with the long gloves and then gets in a bubble bath.
Right.
Okay.
This is wacky shit, weird shit.
It's weird, but she's not doing anything wrong.
Right.
Like
there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that it's weird shit. So here's this weird person, trans woman, holding up a can of, shit kicker light, and the shit kickers got upset.
Yeah.
So I mean, it kind of begs the question, though, how do they even know? They were watching her channel. It's like some of these people are so obsessed that they watch us.
The worst part about it is it's effective. Bud Light sales are down, I think, 20 to 30%, and they're not the only one. And these people really are effective at what they would call disturbing woke ideology, right? It does give corporations like Anheuser-Busch some pause in their campaigns to like be human and do the whole woke capitalism thing.
So I mean, here's the thing, though. I would be absolutely fine with a movement against Bud Light for doing that if the people who were doing it were honest. Like if they said, this Dylan Mulvaney's a trans woman who's just really fucking weird, and I don't know if I want to support weirdness. But that's not what they do. They go into, oh, this Dylan Mulvaney is a trans woman who does silly things in order to attract children. Yeah. And it's just, whoa, this is a whole other realm that you're heading into. You don't like trans people. I don't like trans people. I don't like MAGA people. Hey, that's the way life is.
Right.
You're entitled. But it's the dishonesty that's bad.
Yeah. Like kind of riffing off that, as I've gone one direction, and that's pretty uncommon, I'd say. I don't know. I've been through a process here of growth that a lot of people don't get to experience. Okay. And one of the things that is unnerving to me is people that started off at as lefties that have kind of sold out trans people and more. The Young Turks,
Yes, I was going to bring them up.
Anna Kasparian. Like,
Yeah.
there's like a bleed over of all this culture stuff, like the anti-woke protests and boycotting of
It's
products, along with.
I don't want to be known as a person with a uterus. Okay, wait. Are you a person with a uterus then?
Right.
You are. Well, shut the fuck up.
They have a myopic view, right, of like, how does this pertain to me? Like, the reason people start using language like that is because trans men don't want to be referred to as women, but they can do that. It was to accommodate them, you dumb pieces of shit. It was just to be polite to them. Has nothing to do with you. You can still call yourself a woman. It's fine. It's just.
Well, and that's the thing. It reminds me of the whole J.K. Rowling thing, where basically, she acts like trans women are stealing something from cis women, and that's the thing that irks me. It's like, hey, yeah, you don't understand it, you think it's weird, whatever, you don't like it, okay, whatever, but no one's taking anything away from you. Like, it's like, oh, we can't even call ourselves women now. Yeah, you can call yourself whatever the fuck you want. That's the whole thing.
That's one of J.K. Rowling's complaints.
She's the worst.
She really is the worst. That was really one of her complaints, and it's just like she, as many others, present it wrong by blaming trans women, and it's just like we're not part of this conversation. This
more than any other person on this world. I can think of. Like Harry Potter, like this is the first time where I have not been able to separate the art from the artist. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like this, it's like I've learned this about myself. It's to the extent that I cannot even enjoy Harry Potter. I can't. Like it's ruined.
I was late to the whole Harry Potter thing, and so I didn't get much time to really enjoy it. I was just like, I finally was like, okay. I give in. I can watch these. I don't think I've seen all the movies. I don't think I've seen them all. But it was like, it doesn't matter now anyway. They're gone. They're poisoned to me now.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad with Chank and Anna Kasparian. They're totally throwing trans people under the bus. And it's not just that like their right-wing grift that they're going through right now is a lot worse than just that, right? Like they just went on a whole thing where they had looked at what was it? So Portugal imposed like a decriminalization policy for drugs, and they have public places or not. They publicly offered facilities for people that want to use heroin or whatever to do that safely. Like, it was an unconventional program, and everybody was kind of aghast at the beginning, like that a government would actually do this, but it worked, right? Mm-hmm. It helped people to get clean. There were more people survived, more, there was less AIDS, there was less all manner of things that came out of this program, and it got chopped. Its funding got chopped by like 80%. And the Young Turks did a whole thing about this, ignoring that, right? And just trying to make the point that, hey, this decriminalization program it's not working. And it's like, well, it's not working because you stopped paying for it. But like, they didn't get into it. It was just like, we shouldn't look at banning drugs again or go back hard in the drug war again in America too. Like, that's really what they walk you up to it. Like, they won't say it, but they're grifting their entire audience into a kind of social conservatism. It's really gross.
The Portuguese model was a model for the world up until they gutted it, up until it was gutted. I mean, because it was working.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is the problem, the biggest problem and the biggest danger of right wingers, right? Because they want to tear down government for their own purposes, just so they can be oligarchical and all this kind of shit. And they can't allow government to work because then all their arguments fail, right? So they have to sabotage it. And that's the reason why whenever Republicans have control the levers of power, they go out of their way to destroy the things that are actually working, because they can't let you know that those programs actually work.
Social programs. So not only do they gut social programs, they demonize the people who are on them.
Right.
Yeah.
The welfare.
That's right.
You know, the biggest humility I have in my life, and I don't keep it secret, but I don't like to like fester on it, is I was that, right? And like that's the only way I can fucking empathize with these people, is to understand that, you know, I was talking to my sister the other day. Okay, I'm gonna kind of tell it like this. It could have been like as though we were from different planets. She's a right winger. Okay. She wouldn't say that, but she is. And she was hell-bent about wanting to complain about teachers in schools withholding information from their parents that their kids may be trans. And I knew what she was getting at. I read this legislation. And like every time I'm dealing with these people, it's like they have a distorted perception of the way I think about it. The way I think about legislation like this, and I can't remember what state it was from, but you know, I did the Google foo, read the news and stuff. And it's easy for me to understand. It's like, well, if they're talking to their teacher about it, it's because they can't talk to their parents about it. Right? This legislation is meant to impose teachers having to tell a child's abusive parents about their gender identity or sexuality when they're trying to confide in somebody that would be the most likely person they would confide in as an adult in a situation where they have unsupportive parents.
Yeah.
And I think it's monstrous. I think it's gross. And how she got to her perception of like withholding information from like the innocuous, like, yo, if your kids aren't telling you, you're the fucking problem.
Yeah.
You know, and
it's
you get it?
It's horrifying to me that in some states that they're doing that they're making teachers hand that kind of information over. I mean, that's horrifying. That's how you get dead kids. That's how you get kids that are kicked out of their homes and trafficked. This is how you get suicides and overdose. I mean, it's just like, this is one of the worst things you can do to a child who is dealing with their identity.
So
this is like the worst thing you can do.
So in my opinion, like this shit, like I lay at the feet of Christian hegemony in the United States, the way that we have it. And I lay it at on the basis that either being trans or being a woman or like is bad. They think it's bad, and they think that we're kind of gay men that like to play dress up, right? They don't believe this, and or they don't want to, or they just refuse to recognize it. And all they see is like, friends say that bad, don't want my kid to do the bad thing. Like that would be embarrassing to me,
all the way around though. It's misogyny.
Yeah, it is. It's really there, right?
Transphobia, homophobia. It actually, the reality is it's misogyny, because any way they approach it, no matter how you look at it, no matter who they're talking about, whether they are, trans man, trans woman, gay, no matter how you look at lesbian, no matter how you look at it, the end result always ends up coming down to woman in one way or another. Either you're a woman who hates yourself, and that's why you're a trans man or a lesbian, or you're a man that's weak, that's why you're a trans woman. So no matter how you slice it up, girl equals bad.
Yeah,
always.
Yeah.
I also wish that liberals would get better about this kind of thing. I actually had a transphobic, or not a transphobic, I don't know what it was. I had an incident this week with somebody I thought I was cool with. She sent me this clip, and I don't know who the comedian is. It's some lady, and she goes on this rant about wanting to be escorted around by a big buff gay guy, right? Like as a way to mitigate the bullshit. And she's like, sends me this video clip, and she texts me, and she's like, "Would you be my big buff gay guy?" Right. And I'm like,
I
I'm
foresee
like,
a problem.
yeah, like, well, for one, not that. For two, I don't think gay men would appreciate you understanding them as like a resource for, like, there really is this. I've come to identify with Black people, like, in the number of them that have made comments of the annoyingness of the white liberal woman, right? Like I kind of get it. I got a taste of that a little bit. And it's like, you need to shut the fuck up.
Well, my favorite was the number of times when, again, I'm not even, I wasn't trying to dictate anything. I'm just, participating and kind of, giving my side of the story. And I get told, oh, check my privilege. I'm like, excuse me, miss.
Right.
America has checked that a long fucking time ago.
Yeah. Like,
and especially when they're like a well-educated, well-off, financially well-heeled, upper class, middle, white woman. It's like, yeah, okay, yes, you're still getting hit by the wage gap, but of anybody who's getting hit by it, you're getting hit by it the least. And it's a thing. So because I pointed out to one woman, I'm like, yes, I totally accept that the wage gap is real. And I'm like, but for you as a white woman who's professional, well educated and well off, the gap's like 6%, which is not good. It needs to be fixed.
sure.
But for Black men, the number is 77%. So like you can't claim the 72 because that's your Black and Latino sisters. That they're the ones. In fact, Latino women's like 43%. It's really horrible. I think it's egregious. But it's like,
yeah.
So like, and even like middle class white women are still making more than your typical Black dude.
So until recently, I helped run a trans support group here in Colorado Springs, and we could get any number of people to show up, like up to 30, I'd say. And of those people, I'd say I was like one of 3 that had an actual career. And it's built in. Like, the reason that these people don't have a difficulty finding work, or maybe even engage in sex work or cam work or whatever, it's because they don't get taken seriously, or they check out of polite society altogether.
Yeah.
You know? And I don't think white liberal women could probably get that, like what that's like,
I am actually going to go get a real estate license.
Nice.
And because I can't imagine being able to get a job.
I just had to go through this and apply and meet my boss, office girl. It was the most terrifying thing. And I just changed jobs, and I had to face a big layoff where they're gonna fire hundreds of people, right? And so I had to go find something else as this. And maybe people don't get like, yeah, that is a fucking terrifying experience for someone like me.
Yeah.
To like hold this down, to be this and maintain a household with children, right? That are reliant on me. You know, like, I'm sorry about your white girl problems and all, but you know,
I get it.
but like,
I'm sorry.
what am I supposed to? What do you want me to fucking say to it? Like,
Did they short your pumpkin spice? I mean,
I know, right?
I'm sorry, Amber.
sorry, Amber. Oh no,
Yeah.
poor Becky.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Becky. Anyway, Joe,
Yeah, and the thing is, and granted, I don't like to make too much light because look, I understand that women, women in general have it rough, right? I get that, and I talk to Suzanne about it all the time. She's always surprised with what I recognize. I'm like, yeah, no, and I can see it. I mean, you have to be unsighted, and that's another one too. Like, okay, that's something that as somebody who's got a growing number of disabilities and infirmities. Sometimes I get irritated at the torturous way people try to avoid saying that there's anything negative about any kind of infirmity. I'm like, if I can't walk, that fucking sucks.
right.
I mean, hey, look, people adapt. They do all the time. They find ways to live with it, but it's not like, and no one's volunteering to be a paraplegic. Okay.
Right.
And so I the other day I avoided using the term blind spot, but I couldn't think of anything else because it's like, again, it's not saying that blind people are bad or sightless people, or whatever word we want to use, but
What could you say? Person without sight spot?
yeah, I mean, it was just silly. It was just torturous. It's like, and the whole point is a blind spot, even, it's just all that means is there's an area, that you can't, it's not that you can't see at all, is that there's something that you can't visualize, you can't conceptualize or see or whatever. And it's certainly if you're driving a car, a blind spot's dangerous, right? So, I mean, I think where people have kind of gotten lost a little bit is that the important thing is that we respect people and we don't denigrate people for being however they are.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that, like, if I say blind spot, that I'm attacking people with vision problems, because I'm one of them. I looked it up. I'm legally blind. So, but which was a kind of a sobering discovery. But it's just, and that's the thing, and it makes it difficult. I mean, I'm constantly, as I get older, I was always nearsighted, but now I'm nearsighted and farsighted. So my visual acuity is about right there, and it stops there. So I'm constantly, I'm close to a screen. I'm putting my glasses on, taking it off. I'm doing it, and I'm fortunate I can still function. I can drive and I can do things, but it fucking sucks. No one's volunteering to have their eyes plucked out because being blind is just another way to be.
You're looking pretty good, by the way.
Thank you.
So I'm starting to see the drop in weight.
Yeah.
How far are you down?
Still, I only down a little bit more. I'm a little stalled, but
It'll happen.
Yeah, and I'm not stressing over it, because I mean, the big thing for me is, like, one, like you said, is visible, and I'll just tell you, just even something simple like taking a shower and reaching what have been hard to reach areas in my body have gotten dramatically easier. And that's why I know that even though the numbers in the scale aren't doing what I want, I can see it. I can just, I'm not struggling to maintain hygiene.
Right. You might have built some muscle in the meantime, so you're still getting smaller, but
Right.
the weight is going to be either the same or even possibly go up.
Right. Exactly.
Muscle weighs more.
But I'll tell you, I mean, and again, I know, again, the body positivity people, again, people with their heart in the right place, because we shouldn't denigrate people for being fat or thin or whatever, right? Your body is what it is. And some people are just going to have a natural proclivity to be super thin or super fat or everything in between. But
it's okay. But this bitch down here,
yeah,
she lost a shit ton of weight.
Oh yeah. And the thing is that, like, I talked to somebody who was basically saying, like, well, that I don't need to lose weight because, basically society should conform to me. I'm like,
Yeah.
but that's not going to happen.
It's like,
And
man,
also, like, look, you know, I want to be in an airline seat and not be crushed. I mean, it's tough for people who aren't obese, let alone, you know, if we are. And here's the thing. That whole way that's set up, it has nothing to do. It's not like they were biased against fat people. Like let's get the fat people. It's we want to squeeze more motherfuckers on this bus in the sky, and so it was all about money, right? So you know, it wasn't like we were targeted. Just a nasty side effect. But that, you know, I got to live in the world, and so I think that, like, you know, and I guess in my case, you know, I'm having problems. I have diabetes. I have high blood pressure. I've had this problem now with my back that's been fucking driving me nuts since last Friday. And quite frankly, you know, I don't fuck it. I'll say it. I was starting to have man problems.
oh,
And like this thing when I was like, oh no, that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna fix that shit, you know. And that's because that is a potential side effect, and that was always something I was concerned about. And I must have hit that threshold where, you know, things just stopped working the way they're supposed to, and I'm like, oh no, I'm not, no.
It's about your quality of life.
Exactly.
And you know, the fat acceptance movement, look, I can, of all the things I've been, that was one of the things I was too. And I think it's harmful. I think both ends are harmful. I think when you denigrate people, I think they can get caught into a situation because of that. And I think when you're so accepting, right, as to be like, no, double down on it, fuck society at large, like go out and you eat all you want, encouraging that, seems just as bad.
I want to eat all I want.
I do too. I'm eating some Snyder's pretzels.
So I about 2 months ago I had dropped about 10 pounds. I was like really happy, and I mean I walked. Well, okay, I haven't walked in over a week or about a week, but I mean I was walking about 20 to 30 miles a week, right? Somewhere between 6 and 9 miles every time I went out to walk. And because of the heat and the rain and everything else, I haven't gone out in a while. But I mean, so I had dropped that initial 10, and then I hit a plateau that's lasted for 2 months and cut my diet down to 1,200 calories a day, walking 6 miles or more, and I still wasn't losing any weight.
But you look better.
I have front butt. It doesn't look better.
Listen, like I'm looking at both of you actually. It's not just about the scale. Like when you do things, like you look better. Like when you're physically active and when you're doing that kind of stuff, like I can tell, like you still look better. You're healthier in appearance. You that happens.
Yep.
You know?
True.
Well, and it's true, and I've actually noticed it myself. I was happy that other people noticed it, because you know sometimes with yourself, you know, sometimes it could be wishful thinking. Yeah, but when somebody else says, hey, you know, and I got this haircut and I really like my haircut, and I'm just like, yeah, well, Joe's not looking too bad right now.
It feels pretty good to feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, you actually you're quite handsome right now, Joe.
Really? Yeah, you know, it's funny. I don't think either you know Bria Crutchfield, but she's very active in in the atheist politics and particularly black atheist politics. And I met her in person a couple years ago. I was on my way out to Chicago actually for the Women of Color Beyond Belief thing 2021. And well, first I ended up meeting Angel Writer in a diner in Michigan, you know, Detroit area. And then I realized, well, hey, wait a minute, Bria lives not too far from here, so I called her up. I actually messaged her on Messenger, and she came over. So I spent the whole day in this fucking diner because I spent like 3 hours with Angel Writer and I spent like 4 hours with Bria. And so anyway, while we're sitting there talking, and I told her how, you know, when I was a young man, I wasn't very successful with women, and she, you know, was like, looked puzzled. I said, what? She goes, because I have a hard time understanding them. I said, yeah, I was a dud with girls. She's like, you're a good-looking guy, and the thing is, Brie is a lesbian, but when she was younger, she tried, you know, because she grew up in a religious house, she tried to live as a straight woman. And I was like, well, where were you when you were dating guys? We could have had fun. You know?
I'll be right back.
But,
I hear something to drink. I'll be right back.
But you know, it's funny. I am starting though. I think, and one thing that's helped, I think, you know, help me make progress is that I think I'm finally starting to accept that Joe's an okay guy. And you know, one close friend of mine, she's always telling, you know, give yourself a break, you know, and I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
You
So
know, I am. I'm going through a process where I'm trying to learn how to enjoy my own company. If that makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if this would work for you or not, but one thing that helped in this process is, so I think, yeah, you've heard me mention back in 2019, I drove to Austin, and then the last 2 years I drove to Chicago, and so I had a lot of time with myself, and I made a lot of visits and, you know, stopped to see people as well, but you know, some people are like, oh, you're by yourself. I'm like, yeah, but that's kind of the point, you know, and I kind of got the idea from Babylon 5, actually. One of the characters, he comes to the realization he has a substance abuse problem, and you know, someone almost dies because of it, you know, and so then he decides he needs to figure out his shit, you know, so he goes on walkabout in the station, and of course walkabouts, you know, there's something the Aboriginal people do, and so that's why I call my trips walkabout. And when you're by yourself, and for me, I need music. I have music playing, and I'm just with my own thoughts, and really just appreciating being by myself, and not being afraid, and not feeling lonely about it. Feeling like, hey, this is pretty good. I'm being independent, and I'm going someplace and doing whatever I'm doing, experiencing the world, and I'm walking the earth without fear, which for me is an unusual thing. And that's helped me immensely.
I feel the same way about my walks. It's me time. And I, you know, most of the time when I walk, I'm alone, and it's in the woods. It's trails. It's, you know, I was in last week in High Point State Park, in the middle of the woods, and you know, had my earbuds in, and you know, a tree fell in the woods, and I was there, so it made a sound.
That would be cool. That would be cool if it hadn't. They're like, oh shit.
But yeah, I mean, that's my time, and I can decompress, and I can just think about whatever, and you know, there's no pressure on me for anything. I mean, if I'm out too long walking, then I start thinking there's pressure on me. I need to get home. You know, I'm away too long, kind of a thing. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Just get away.
You know, one thing that's I've noticed too, even like we've been really busy business wise. You know, we have a lot of stuff going on, but even there, just because you're busy, you can still be busy and failing, right? But like today and yesterday, when I had to go in the office and, you know, dealing with employees, and they'll Phil, you know, obviously Philip works for me, and I'm like directing, you do this and you do that, and you know, trying to basically get things set up for when I go away that they're in a good position. And it felt so good. Just like, you know, I'm getting my shit organized, and we're doing things, and I'm not stressing, you know, there's things that have to go on, and even ran into a few pratfalls, but, you know, didn't panic, didn't, you know, lose it or go into depression. Just said, oh, okay, well, you know, here's a plan and a backup plan. So we got a plan and we got a backup plan if the plan doesn't work. And yeah, it felt really good. And I know, I think you saw the email I sent out. One of the things that I've been holding on to, this one quote, and this because this if it happens, it'll be 7 figures over like 7 figures a year for like 4, 5, 6 years.
Nice.
And it's taken months to get it done, and I realized I was avoiding it because I think that there was a part of me that was so afraid to fail that I just avoided it because, well, I haven't failed because no one's turned me down. But then I said, you know what, I need to get off my ass and just fucking do it. And win or lose, if we don't get it, there'll be other things.
Yeah, the fear of failure will keep you from succeeding.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like, it was kind of funny, you remember a number of years back, there was that bullshit thing, The Secret, about how, well, if you just surround yourself with positive energy and all the good things will happen. That's bullshit. However, the inverse is definitely true. If you surround yourself with negativity and depression and all that stuff, you're going to fail.
Well, I mean, I will say that as far as like The Secret is concerned, yes, that's bullshit. But I mean, if you are in a positive space, that does.
It helps.
Oh no, she got locked up.
Yeah.
Raven, where are you? Internet keeps freezing.
Oh, we hear you. We hear you now. We just can't. You just not. There you go. You're back. As you were saying.
So yeah, the whole like positivity thing, right? If you are positive to and around other people, they tend to react back to you that way.
Right.
I mean, I've used up a lot of my favors that people were willing, but there was a point in my life where it was just like a lot of people were doing things to help me, and I didn't have to like beg them, or people were very happy. And I mean, I remember it wasn't that long ago. I was with Peach, and my ex-wife, had said to my kids, what the fuck is wrong with people? Why are they helping your father? But like, I don't understand how anytime that he needs anything, people are there to help him. And she was like upset about it. Like she thought it was fucked up. And I had said to the kids, because they were told me about it, so when you're good to people, they're good back to you.
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. And that's the thing. I think by being positive, it doesn't create the good things, because you need there's planning and work and all that to have to go in it. But at least
it doesn't inhibit them.
It doesn't inhibit them, and it
puts you the atmosphere for it to happen, though.
Right, exactly. You put yourself in a situation where it's possible, because if you go, because here's the thing, like. I try to point out to somebody, because they're like, oh, well, you were always pointing out the bad things. I said, yeah, but there's a difference. I can recognize the bad things without being a pessimist. That's just being pragmatic. It's like, okay, in fact, that's why, because sometimes people think I'm Pollyanna because, oh, you're so positive. Like, no, I see the bad things. I try to plan. I try to, recognize them and try to plan to work around them or avoid them in any way that I can. And so that's why I'm actually positive, because I'm not just, wishing that bad things didn't happen. I'm actively doing things to avoid them, or work to come up with workarounds to how to deal with it if it does happen. So because I sometimes I call Suzanne my little rain cloud, because sometimes she focuses on the bad things and just focuses. I'm like, yeah, I know about that thing, and I got a plan, and I got a backup plan, and I got a tertiary plan. And I don't know whoever said it first, but it's something I say a lot, and Landon Taylor says a lot. Like a dream without a plan is just a wish.
Oh, I coined that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Because that's all. And it's the same thing. And that's why I say, like, values without, ideals without action do not equal values.
I had a signature block once that read failing to plan is planning to fail.
Right. Yeah. I mean, nothing worth having just falls out of the sky and just happens. It just doesn't. And I think about a mutual friend of Raven and I, who he was upset. He was a Bernie supporter. He was upset that Bernie wasn't the nominee. and obviously that meant that we weren't going to get the the universal health care. And this guy said, "I'm not going to vote again until we have universal health care." Well, how the fuck's that going to happen?
I think I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about.
Yes, you do. I'm sure you do. Now he ended up backing away from that after I think probably somebody who knows him a little bit better pointed it out to him and saying, you're it's like kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And actually, Bo did a great video a few days ago talking to leftists, basically saying like, if you're cynical about electoral politics, understand that it's not that electoral politics are going to fix all the issues, but if you don't engage in electoral politics, things can and will get much worse.
I like him, but I get worried that he's sometimes more overly optimistic than he should be.
The thing is, remember, he's trying. I don't think he's actually deep down that optimistic, but his thing is like, if we give up, then we have lost, right?
Sure, I get that.
And he's trying to motivate people. So sometimes, that's there's a number of people writing. It's like, how do you maintain the optimism? How do you keep pushing in the face of all this shit? And it's basically because the alternative is unthinkable. Like allowing the darkness to literally take over and be that right-wing authoritarian hellscape that we will get is not something that any of us can allow. And so there's a great line. I don't remember if it's actually in the Lord of the Rings, but it's in the animated, the Ralph Bakshi animated version, which was like covered like the first two books. After Gandalf falls in Khazad-dûm, Frodo's despondent, and he says, "Why are we going on?" He says, "There's no hope, Aragorn." And Aragorn looks at him and says, "Then we must do without hope. There is always vengeance." And I'm a vindictive motherfucker,
right?
And so my thing is, I may not win, but I'm going to make sure that you lose. And so, if there's no hope, well, then I'll push on without hope. I don't care, because in fact, I've actually come up. There's actually really two definitions of hope, maybe more, but there's at least two. There is hoping, which is like kind of a wish. It's a desire. I hope that the Mets win. I hope that we get a better government. Then there's hope in that to have hope, which includes some sort of expectation. So to have hope. So if I say I'm like to be hopeful, I'm hopeful that Donald Trump will go to jail. That says that I have an expectation that he's actually going to go to jail. But I'm not hopeful he'll go to jail, but I hope that he goes to jail. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Is he going to go to jail?
Well, I'll say this. There are enough things stacked against him that in any normal circumstance, he would definitely go to jail. However, the current circumstances are not normal.
It's weird.
I think there's a decent chance.
Yeah, there's certainly enough evidence to do that, just from what we know. And apparently, there's a whole bunch of shit that we don't even know about.
Yeah. It all depends on how quickly we can get the system to move.
Yeah. I keep hoping entropy will help us out here.
My dog's cute, right?
That's an adorable puppy. What's your puppy's name?
This is Biscuit.
Hi, Biscuit. Cute puppy.
She is my sweetheart. This is my companion that goes with me anywhere I can take her. And
My family was like that.
Yeah, and she's been through a lot. So this is like my best friend for real,
People who have never had dogs don't really understand the relationship between a dog and a human.
This is the thing about this dog, and why she's special to me is because this is the only dog that's ever really been where I've been the dog's person.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Like when I was living with Teresa, there was like a baked in resentment because first of all, my daughter took her out to go get one. I wasn't there. And she brought the dog home. And over time, this dog it became my dog, right? Like she just gravitates, like I'm her person. You know what I mean? And like there's like when a dog does that to you,
that's special.
Yeah. Like, and I totally don't even deserve it. That's the weird thing, right? I feel like so unworthy of like, you know what I mean? I like feed her, I throw her a ball, and like, but she'll just be around me all day, like this, all the time.
She's decided that you're it. That's all that matters. She decided.
Right now, she's deciding I've got some honey mustard pretzels.
Well, like okay, with Blitzen. Blitzen was my first dog ever. We actually got Blitzen to be Suzanne's dog, but Blitzen decided like her third day here that I was her person, and that was just the way it was going to be. And some people say, "Oh, it's because you feed him, you do this." I'm like, Suzanne does like 90% of the heavy lifting because I'm working, so she walks. She was always the one who walked them. She'd always take all the care stuff, but I was her person. And when she was scared, when she was afraid, she would come to me. When she wanted affection, she would come to me. So it didn't matter that other people were the ones doing all that stuff for her. She still imprinted on me, and I was her person. And in fact, the night when her congestive heart failure reared its ugly head, she didn't go to Suzanne. She came to me, and then she whined at me. And in a way that was different, and I knew something. And again, I knew the dog was so well. Like, this is not her usual, because she was very demanding. This is not her like, oh, I want treats or everything. She's telling me she's in distress, something's wrong. And at first, Suzanne didn't want to believe it, but then eventually I convinced her, and then we took her in. A good thing, because she probably wouldn't have survived the weekend. And we got another 4.5 years after that. So yeah, I mean, dogs are. And look, nothing against cats. Cats are cool and all that, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
This connection I have with this animal is, I don't know.
Yep.
No, it's just when people say dogs are a man's best friend, they're not wrong.
No, they're not. Like, this is whoever got this underway. Like, maybe it was a shitty thing to to like enslave a wolf or whatever it looked like. But I don't know what it was. But you know what? I'm thankful that we have these. I'm thankful. I'm sorry, but
the funny part is the evidence actually suggests that wolves domesticated themselves.
They found it was they chose us. They're like, oh, I can get it.
I can follow these silly standing up creatures, and they throw food out, and I can eat their trash bin, and then eventually humans said, hey, why don't you? Hey, these things chase off all the other predators. Why don't you come closer to the fire?
Have you seen that movie Alpha?
I have not.
I thought it was pretty good.
But it was funny with Blitzen when she announced that I was her person. I was sitting in the recliner, and she comes over and she stands up and she jumps like she wants me to pick her up. And I pick her up, and she lays down on my chest, and she puts her head right square in the middle, right over my heart. And it looks up at me with those dark eyes, with this look like, you're the most important thing in the whole world. And I was done. I was cooked. And I thought about it because I cried about her this morning, because last night I saw a video of this woman who she had this Australian cattle dog who was born like a deformed head, so he's unusual looking, but it was just this adorable, loving creature. And my friend Dale, he had a cattle dog, and who has gone, and he's still pining for, and had shared it. And then I went and looked at it, and that made me cry. And I thought about Blitzen. And then this morning, a high school friend's dog died. And so I was a wreck. And I'm like, I've cried more for Blitzen this month than I've cried for my mom in the year and a half since she died. It's a different relationship.
It is. Like, I'm gonna lose. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder why we do it to ourselves, because I'm gonna lose my mind whenever it comes time that she, like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do.
Well, like Carlin said, you're buying a small tragedy.
I know.
It's going to end badly.
It's true. It is true.
But you know what? I like to think that I've given her a good doggy life, you know, to the extent that I can. She was adopted. She was from a puppy mill in Texas. She's super skittish around people as a result. You know, she has all sorts of anxiety and things like that. But, you know, she made it, you know, she's like healthy and, you know, she's got a life. So I take her to a friend's house who's got 3 dogs. When Teresa and I were separating and I was in between houses, I stayed at a friend's place that had a pack of, you know, hellhounds like mine. And, you know, she gets to go over like all the time, and it's like doggy play dates, and it's, you know, it's great.
That's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad. You know, it's well, I was glad that I could be there, you know, for Raven when Penny went.
Me too.
Raven, I must ask, what is that UFO sitting behind you?
What?
When I look at you, it is though there's like a life support pod that's black, or something that Darth Vader would be sitting in. What is that?
That?
What is that?
You can't. It's kind of dark in here. It's a leather sofa.
Oh, got you.
Darth Vader.
And it is black. There's also my mic.
Oh, it's like, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah,
It
kind of
like blended together. Yeah.
If you only knew the power of the microphone.
So AOD, have you seen him in the last few days?
No, the only thing I've seen about AOD recently is his apparent fascination with my boobs.
He had some work done.
Infatuation.
He had some work done. He looks great.
Boobages.
Hmm? Yeah.
Well, let's see. There's once again, there's a link to my Patreon. So you know, AOD would like people to donate towards boobs. Mine specifically, apparently.
Infatuation.
You know, one weird thing about this, you know, my tits hurt like all the fucking time. It's super annoying.
Yeah, that goes away. That'll go away.
Okay.
So
They hurt like right now. As I'm speaking to you.
Yeah.
They hurt.
Yeah, yeah, I've been there. That doesn't last forever. Eventually that'll stop.
Annoying.
Yeah.
Especially like when people like, oh my God, Autumn, I haven't seen you in like 4 hours. Come here and let me smash your tits. And you're like, motherfucker, that shit is, whoa.
Extreme temperature changes also. Like when it's
freezing all the fucking time.
Well, when it's like cold outside, when it's cold out, your nipples will really hurt.
Mm.
And then when it's like really hot out, they might start getting like really puffy.
Mm.
So, yeah. All kinds of new stuff to get used to.
Yeah, I mean,
doing this where I live is shitty, but I'm thinking about like where you live, and I think it might be worse. I don't know who has got it worse between me and you, like in the towns that we live in.
Oh, well, I haven't had any issues. You know, knock on press board. You know,
So Colorado Springs is sort of like mecca of white nationalism. You know, we have focus on the family here. We have a number of nationally spread material from some of our more hardcore churches, and it's a kind of more sophisticated racism than what they have in the South too. You know, because there's a lot of aerospace. There's a lot of smart people here, but some smart people are evil, as it would turn out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So I mean, I'm in farm country. Where you are is probably a larger city. It's probably a bigger, not so much a city, I guess, but it's probably more populated. It's probably more, more urban than where I'm at. Like we don't have sidewalks. There's a lot of farmland here. It's where I am specifically isn't that rural, but there's a lot of rural. There's a lot up here that's just really rural, dirt road type. Just got cable TV type. I mean, it's so, and it's Trump country. It's very very Jesus-y, very Trumpy, very very white.
White baby.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's still New Jersey. So,
it can never be so bad.
Right. It's not Oklahoma. It'll never be Oklahoma. I mean, Peach has said that, sometimes she kind of gets the Oklahoma vibe here. But that's, I don't think it could ever be more than that. Do you know what I mean? So people might think things like, look at that, they're a sissy faggot kind of thing, but they would never say it.
Right. They know they can't get away with it. It's like one of the things that's cool about me, at least what I've developed into, like this was really hard when I started, being the whole unpaid celebrity thing when you're in public.
Yeah.
But like I've kind of come into my own about that. And I've kind of recognized that I'm better at this than they are, like I am just as capable as eviscerating anyone as they are to me, and I've gotten quite excellent at it.
Like, me too. Actually, it was not just even for trans, just was something that Paul used to say way back in the YouTube days about like my razor sharp tongue. Steve Shives used to say that too. Bernie Frost used to say that too. Yeah, yeah.
Steve Shives is good at it. I've seen him do it.
I'll rip people apart.
So is Joe. I've been at the other end of it, so I know he's good at it.
True. You were often a target. Here's the thing I found so interesting, and I remember when you came out to me and you were surprised that I embraced you so easily, even after all of our scuffles and everything like that. But here's the funny part about it is, I think the reason why I did for a few reasons, but I think probably more than anything is because there's so many times I just wrote you off, right? But the thing about it
too far gone, no way.
Yeah, the thing about it is that no matter how much I pushed you away, you kept coming back. I think that's part of it. And I think at a certain level, I respected that. But also, the other thing is that look, every one of us makes a mistake. We all fuck up. I fuck up a lot.
I don't.
Yeah, you're perfect. But I think about like my friend Keith. Keith got himself in trouble. He was a pharmacist and he trying helping people out, did some things he shouldn't have done and got in trouble. And now we hadn't really talked to him in a long time because when he got married, he was whipped. Basically, his wife didn't like us, any of his friends, so he basically really didn't bother us anymore. And we were all kind of pissed, because we'd all been close friends and I knew him going back to like second grade. So, we kind of like wrote him off. But I saw that mugshot of his and the look of anguish on his face, and and then reading the inhumane comments that people had, because people who didn't know him or know anything about him and what they were saying about him, because people just think basically, and it's a very right-wing thing, and if you've done anything wrong, although not exclusively, but if you've done anything wrong, you're like gone forever, right? You're irredeemable. You could have, and a lot of people don't distinguish. You could have, done something horrible to a child, or you could have stolen a piece of bread. It doesn't matter for some people that you're a horrible person now.
Yeah.
And I just saw that look on his face and like, he needs me. And so I put aside all the agita from before and said, no, I'm gonna, we were friends, I'm gonna help him. And I did. And I called up some other mutual friends and said, hey, Keith's in trouble. And a couple of them said, oh, fuck that guy. And I said, Keith's in trouble, man. And they came around. And now he's back with us. And I remember one time he was here and we were a bunch of guys, and he's just like, yeah, I just want to tell you guys that you'll never understand what you did for me in taking me back in, because I was lost. His wife divorced him, he lost his job, all this shit happened. And so with you, I think, it's a similar thing. Like I knew you needed me.
I was latching on to something like from inside during that time.
So I will take this.
If that makes sense.
Mike told me about you before you did. And it was like, don't say nothing. And I didn't believe him. I was like, yeah, bullshit. That's bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
Well, I think
here's what I'm thinking at this point. I'm thinking that this is all fake, that you grew your hair out. And all of this is just so you could play girl sports. I
know. I'm going to fucking own them bitches. I'm going to make it rich. What the fuck?
No, I don't know.
I mean, I get it.
Well, it was funny. All the people who never gave a fuck about women's sports before, all of a sudden
they still don't.
I know.
And also the ones that like they're so worried about what taking puberty blockers will do, and like really, so all those
cis people that take puberty blockers should stop
exactly.
that then, right?
What's wrong with them? What's the deal?
They can't. They think it's like unique to trans people or something. Puberty blockers, like they don't even realize that we're using it off label. Right. That's the weird fucking thing. It's like
yeah, they were not created for
they were not created for us. Just letting you know.
So there was an article, Daily Mail, I guess it was, and it was just like Toby Keith, I guess it was Toby Keith. I don't remember,
but some redneck
canceling a show because of Garth Brooks and some stupid shit, right? Because of the Bud Light thing, and I was scrolling through the comments because I like to kind of like randomly pick a few and just like go at the people, So I'm going through the comments and I was like shocked by all of the patriot, Oh, you're a patriot. Oh, what a good American you are. And I'm like, what does this have to do with
America?
being a patriot? So I actually had said to one of them, what is, I don't understand what this has to do with patriotism. And they're like, well, if you have to ask, you wouldn't know. I'm
Right.
like, as a veteran, I'm confused by this. Oh, you're not a veteran. Because I'm trans, I couldn't possibly have served? Really?
Well,
Really?
it doesn't suit their narrative, so you
No.
can't be something that different than that.
Oh, and well, that's what it is. And then the motherfucker accused me of stolen valor, and he actually used the word stolen valor. And I'm like, okay, first off, you don't understand what that means, because I'm not profiting here, right? It's really only stolen valor if you're getting something by saying that you're, by lying about your service, right? That's why it's stolen valor. So you don't know what stolen valor, you don't understand what it is, so whatever. And I have no reason to believe that you were a veteran. And the logical side of my brain is, well, fuck them. Like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't matter. So I'm like, fuck this guy. So I'm like scrolling through my computer looking for pictures from when I was in the service, and I found a couple, and I posted them on Facebook, and I told the story. Some fucking asshole. But there was one picture of me and this guy, right? And we're kind of like standing like this, or shoulder to shoulder, right? And I was in my class A's, and he was in his BDUs because we graduated at different times. And I'm like, I can't remember this guy's name. I can't remember. Then it dawned on me. I was like, oh shit, it's Ty Chipman. So I went to Facebook and I looked him up, and there's a whole list of Ty Chipmans. And I'm scrolling through, and I found one. This is 30 something years ago, right? Right. So I found one. I was like, hey, that guy's eyebrows looks like him. Sent him a message, right? Waited a couple days. He doesn't answer. I go back to his profile, and I liked one of his statuses. Within like an hour, he had responded to the message, and he's just like, yeah, that's because I sent him the picture, right? He goes, yeah, that's me in the picture, and I know that other guy. And I was like, that other guy is me.
Yeah. Right.
And I kind of like braced for, and he's like, you look great. And I was like, well, thank you. Awesome. Right. And I was just like, I was really afraid. And he said, why? I said, well, a few things have changed. And he was like, you were willing to die for me then. That doesn't just go away. I was like, thank you. I was like, that's fantastic. That's beautiful. And he sent me a friend request. I was like, that's so cool. Because of this asshole, right? Because of this asshole on a Daily Mail article, I reconnected with somebody I was in the service with. So I was like, that's pretty cool.
That's cool. I go back and say, hey, thanks, dickhead. Thanks for helping me reconnect with my friend.
I've actually had some pretty delightful experiences with some of the military people. We've got a lot of military stuff around where I live. And I'll occasionally be downtown on a Saturday night or a Friday night and doing my gay shit down there, getting my groove on or whatever.
Fishnet stockings and a cigarette. Yeah, go ahead.
All that, So I've had some run-ins, but not too bad. I was out this one nightclub we have called Studio 32 or 34, in the image of the other famous studios. I was standing outside vaping or something, and this group of military guys walks past, and they're doing the whole try their hardest to, like, it's almost like when you're in a certain setting, it's like you feel like a celebrity. Everybody's trying to pretend to act normal around, and like, I think one of them was like, is that, I don't know. I could see his gears turning, and I'm like, hi, but I was wearing this bodycon dress, the sleeveless one, like, and my Marine Corps tattoo was like on full display, right? And it's kind of a flex on a young Army soldier, in a way. It's like,
I did that shit too, you know, and it kind of fucks with their head a little bit. It's, but they're cool about it. Most of them aren't. Like, I think the military is kind of coming around, actually. Like
Well, I
there's,
mean, hey, ask the Republicans. The military is woke.
yeah.
Oh, and really mostly has been for quite a long time.
Well, it wasn't when I was in. I can tell you that much.
Oh, really?
No, the Marine Corps was not woke when I was in the Marines.
When I was in AIT, I used to sneak off base with men.
I mean, we were both under don't ask, don't tell policies.
Yeah.
And all that.
The
I always
problem with that, I mean, there's a lot of problem. The don't ask, don't tell at the beginning, I thought was fine because it was just like it was kind of equality. You know what I mean? It was just like, hey,
Sure.
don't tell us, we're not going to ask.
It stuck around too long.
Well, the problem is they asked.
Yeah.
right.
You know, it's just like there was a deal here and you didn't hold your end up because if you're investigating soldiers and where they go and who they're with, you're asking.
That's right. That's right.
Like, just look back on it and just think about how monstrous it sounds. Like, people are keeping tabs on you because you might have a crush on a dude.
Right.
Like, just think about this. Like, think about it. Like, this is in our lifetime, in our adult lives. We're under this. Like, this is like real discrimination.
Yeah.
Like, this is.
Well, I mean, look at us now, though. We're still.
Yeah. Like, yeah, you couldn't even be gay, let alone trans. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Joe?
We're glad we did this tonight, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to say real quick. This is the reason why I remember when we did the New York meetup years ago. I was talking to Prof. MCH about when I first encountered Steve Shives, and I don't even remember the name of the video, but basically Steve in the video was talking about, like, obviously it was about. We weren't even talking about trans yet. It was just about gay rights and, you know, marriage equality and all that, and just equality in general. And he'd made the statement that it's the same struggle that Black people went through. And I remember being struck by that and saying, well, no, but not for the reason why anyone would think. Because I thought about it more and more. And then, so I said to Prof, I said, here's the thing. Some people will say, well, you know, like a Black person, like we can't hide. You know, some of us may be passing, but most of us, you know. Whereas, you know, you don't necessarily know somebody is gay. But I said one important thing that when people say this that they're missing is I've never had to come out Black. You know, I didn't once somebody, if I got past that superficial how I appear and the skin tone, I was kind of like, then, you know, for the most part, I was dealing with the person as based on how I behaved, or at least their perception of my behavior. They weren't going to suddenly turn on me. Whereas, you know, if you're anything LGBTQ, you know, whatever place you're coming from, there's that fear and a legitimate fear that someone could say, well, that someone that was you're close to you, was loved you their whole life, will suddenly say to you, I can't abide you anymore, not because you did something horrible to anybody, just because of who you are. And that's something I never had to face and never will have to face. So that's why I said, you know, because somebody had said to me, like, well, I know what it's like to be Black because I'm gay. I'm like, no, you don't know what it's like to be Black, but I also don't know what it's like to be gay. I don't. It's not the same experience. I've never had to worry about those things.
I don't think either is particularly fun in this respect, you know.
Well, neither is fun. I mean,
Yeah.
where it's the same is we both experience discrimination in different ways, and we both need equality. We need to be treated as equals in our society.
For
The
sure.
comment you made about having, like, you know, somebody that you've loved all your life or whatever, and having to face basically losing them just by being you, like, my mom still refuses to use my name.
Hmm.
She still refers to me as her son.
Yeah.
She still uses male pronouns. But she shows people, my current pictures. She shares my pictures on Facebook. Like if I post a selfie, she'll share it on her Facebook.
Interesting.
People that she knows, know me, that she might run into in public, she'll be like, here's, here he is. So it's this really weird kind of acceptance. You know, it's
in a weird way, yeah.
She doesn't, because she doesn't hide it. And in her way, she celebrates it. But that's the thing, is in her way.
Right.
It's her terms. And I just don't even try anymore because this
you want me to read you guys the separation letter I wrote to my parents like in the last few weeks? It's really juicy.
Sure.
Is it long?
No.
Well, the best ones are long.
It's not short.
Okay.
If you get bored, just stomp your foot. Okay. I'm going to skip through some of it in order to
read, woman. Read.
Raymond, I will be referring to you as, so this is contextualized within I'm being rejected for what I am. Okay. And it's harsh and it's deliberately edgy. So I apologize in advance, but I need you to contextualize it properly.
Have you delivered this letter yet?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I caused quite a shitstorm with this. So I was pretty proud of it. Raymond, I will be referring to you as Raymond until or unless you become someone worthy of my respect as a father, which is a rather bleak prospect. So I do not anticipate having much, if any, communication with you going forward. As Kelly's wedding is fast approaching, I've decided to share some thoughts, as I'm debating whether or not it's possible for us to be in the same place without me lying into you and your still overweight, disgusting wife. That's a proper way to describe her, right? At least according to your own opinions about fat people and how we should shame them, right? If memory serves, I think you explained your justification to disparaging fat people right around the time I came out as trans, and she said something like, "You're going to make a really ugly woman." Anyway, what I want to tell you is, of all the types of people you consider degenerate, fat people, gay people, trans people, black people, etc., you fail to consider the most degenerate of all types: absent, unaccepting, unaccountable, negligent fathers, which is what you are and always were. Looking back, my memories of you are nothing but a stream of disappointment in you as a father, and I'm no longer going to shield your ego. I'm going to skip over a section about a personal experience I had in my childhood. But I talk about a memory I had, and I said, that's just one memory. But there are so many more. We as your kids learned to never ask for anything we absolutely didn't need, including even asking for your help without our homework or with our homework. I was a chore, nothing more. You made us feel guilty for asking for only what so many other kids just had, and a father that actually gave a shit. And you gave me the bare minimum. You forced me into football. You forced me to be more of a parent to my sister than you were for years. And I, of course, remember recently as an adult the one-sided nature of this relationship, where you have visited me as an adult or my family a grand total of 3 times. Same for phone calls. Those have been overwhelmingly one-sided. To put a point on it, there's nothing more exemplifying of who you are as a person than how you're treating Kelly's own wedding. You literally complained about her feeling like she's rude for expecting you to attend, which isn't surprising, as you ducked out on my own wedding reception after about 20 minutes so you could get prepped for fishing the next morning. And then I just kind of lay into what a shithead he is a little bit more, skipping out. I said, I want you to cut me out of your will completely, assuming I'm even on it, assuming you even have one, which after you tried to get me to pay for it however many years ago is questionable.
No, I'm not saying that you trying to take advantage of me in that way isn't surprising. I mean, you sold me a couple cheap guns as a favor before going off buying new, better ones for yourself, or that you would pawn off selling a rust bucket full of problems, somehow benefiting anyone other than yourself. Anyway, I just lay out all of his bullshit. Like I just go, who the fuck are you? Even if what I was wrong, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, I close it out with, I will maintain my open door policy, but do not attempt to communicate me with in any capacity unless you fundamentally address your bigotry and selfishness. As I will accept nothing less than a sincere apology from you for being a monumentally degenerate hypocrite and a piece of shit in general that caused me so much fucking heartache and struggle in my life. I won't hold my breath. Because you're too much of a coward to look inward, and you're too stupid to make sense of it anyway. Goodbye, probably forever. So, you know, I really wanted them to feel like, you know, saying the fat thing, like I wanted them to feel like I wanted to like hold a mirror.
Right.
Like, how do you fit? Does this make you feel good? How do you feel when someone treats you like you treat other people?
Right.
You know, haven't spoken to him since.
Good for you.
Yeah. Anyway, there's some internet content, juicy internet content to anyone that finds it.
My mom, when I came out, told me to have a nice life, that she couldn't do it. She couldn't deal with it. She would not accept it. She brought up public bathrooms and little girls. All the worst things that you would hear from right-wing media. And my mother's a Democrat.
Wow.
And yeah. And so yeah. I had pretty much thought that relationship was done. And like I said, she did this really weird accepting thing where she's accepting it on her terms, under her rules, and whatever. You know what I mean? I'm like, I decided that whatever. She wants to call me by my dead name, whatever. She wants to, you know, misgender me, whatever. But it's just her.
Right.
I think my dad called me tranny like 25 times in a row, something like that.
Wow.
You have to understand, like, I was brought up by basically David Duke here. Okay, you guys, like, I don't want you guys to, I need you to understand, like, I came a long way here.
Yeah. Jeez.
Okay.
Yeah. My mom called me a pervert. She said I was a pervert.
So, like, the thing was, I was indoctrinated in all of that. I never felt great about it, but
I knew that long before you came out, love.
Yeah. I know. Sorry. Hey, you know what? I broke a cycle. My kids get to see that kind of thing is not okay.
Right.
You know, they get to see.
Right. When I came out, my sister asked me, "What about your kids?" I said, "What about them?" I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at. You know, she's like, I mean, what are they going to do? I said, they're going to grow up with a better view of women than their peers.
They're going to become tolerant, more accepting people.
Yeah,
I
understand.
They're not going to be bogged down in trying to appease conformity for conformity's sake. They're not going to, you know, my kids, we're not in the best situation at the moment, but we're in an improved situation.
Right.
And that it was of the utmost importance of me to stop this bullshit.
like this is generational bullshit that needed to go away. You know, and like I'm pretty fucking proud of myself, actually.
So I
know,
think that there is like some kind of image, some kind of idea that people get into their heads about what trans people do. Well, like they somehow imagine that there's things attached to it that just isn't real.
I know.
Like you're trans. That must mean that you dress up in a ball gown with the long gloves and getting bubble bath on camera. You know what I mean? Or cruising bathrooms. That's gay men.
I don't want to knock Dylan. I don't want to knock Dylan Mulvaney as a
she's weird.
I do. You know what? But that's fine. That's not my issue with her. My issue is I don't quite appreciate that she has come to represent people like me so much. Right?
Yep.
It's not that she's bad. It's just that she's not.
No, she's not bad. She's weird.
She's not an accurate portrayal of myself or you or like any of the other trans people I know. Like I'm like,
which is why I don't like her, and it's not necessarily her fault. And she really hasn't done anything wrong.
She hasn't. But she's quirky, and it's like, hey,
she's easy. I think she's an
easy target. Right.
She's an easier target than you or I.
Right.
Because she is weird.
Right.
And I will, on like Facebook or whatever, and in those threads or whatever, I will defend her, because there's no reason not to. But among other trans people and very close friends, I will say she's weird. She's weird. She's weird. And somebody in the chat, I think it was Jack, said that she's kind of cringe. She's kind of cringe.
So that's it, right? She's kind of cringe, but like she's not a bad person.
No, she's not hurt. No, she's not hurt anybody. But I feel like I kind of do resent the fact that she has become to be the
face
of what
I don't resent her. I resent the situation.
Right. And I would prefer Dylan Mulvaney being the face of trans people. I prefer that over Blair.
That's true.
But, still not happy about it because she's cringe, because she's weird.
My aunt referred. So Ashley King writes, my aunt referred to my lifestyle, quote unquote. I countered, my lifestyle is no different than yours. She had no response to that. And like, right, like these people, I have kind of gotten into this Satanism stuff, left-wing activism in the extreme. Let's call it like what it is, right? But the thing is, I got into it because I couldn't escape like the ascribed onto me Luciferian identity of this Christian hegemony in this country, like, and so in that way, like my lifestyle is different enough because they're forcing me, like, I feel like I'm pressed into like certain avenues when it comes to that. But it wouldn't be if you just like fucking let me live my life,
So I have a friend. She's actually I've known this woman, right? I've known her since kindergarten. Yeah. All my life I have known her. She lived around the corner from the house I grew up in. I think she lives there again now. I think she got it from her parents or whatever. But anyway, so we were not friends. This is somebody I've always known. We were always in the same grade and same class, and we lived in the same community. I've known her all my life. We never got along. She was a horrible little fuck of a person. And in our adult lives, I ran into her at a job where I was working. She was a customer, and she head first into this apology for being horrible to me. And it was really fucking weird. But then I didn't see her again for years. We are now friends on Facebook because I ran into her at the ShopRite grocery shopping post transition, and she was like, "Holy shit!" Turns out she's Wiccan, and I may be going to one of the meetings of the coven that she's in. It actually turns out there's a pretty large coven in the area where I live, and they have their monthly meetings. And the August meeting, I think I might be going to. But you know, I actually she was giving away some furniture, small table and stuff, and I got it from her. It's in my dining room now, and we're friends on Facebook. And it's just like, wow, you're actually okay of a person.
Yeah, like I don't subscribe to any of their beliefs or that kind of bullshit, but I like those kind of people. If nothing else,
Yeah,
like, those are your people, you know.
I'm like, I can totally go to the coven. I had my like Wiccan phase when I was young,
Right.
so it's like this is already something that I was already kind of into. So like just to do it as a fellowship.
I will say this though, you guys. I think like getting to know people like you, what enabled all of that was my atheism, because I was like a right winger, but I was like,
Right. This is
I wasn't.
We can agree on.
Yeah, I like the Christian shit weirded me out, you know. Like, it's like, you guys are weird, you know. That was sort of my saving grace. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know, and here's the thing. I remember this is why, and I've said for a long time that, and in part because of a experience I had with somebody that went badly, and I blame myself at least in part. So, but I always try to do is if someone's trying to change, and if I recognize that they're trying to change and it seems legitimate, to give them leave. It doesn't mean, you know, you necessarily trust them right away. It doesn't mean that, you know, you take whatever they say, unskeptically. But, you know, you have to give people room to change, you know. And I think about, there was a guy who used to be on, well, it was some forum I was on, and he was very difficult and always negative. And when it happened, I kind of convinced him to like give another view a chance. But the problem is that, you know, of course, change takes time. None of us, you know, snaps our fingers and is different. So we were not, I and the other people that were trying to get him to be different, we weren't tolerant enough of his learning process. And he basically said to me, he's like, well, if no one's going to, if everyone's going to jump down my throat every time I make a mistake, or if no one's going to give me a chance, why the fuck should I bother? And which is an excellent point, right? So that's the thing I say. It's like, you know, the activists, you know, that are our side of the political fence that are really harsh. I'm like, look, you don't have to accept anybody. You don't have to deal with anybody you don't want to. However, you can't, you know, it's incongruous on one hand to demand that people change in the way you want them to change, and then reject them when they do. Why would anyone ever do that? That's going to basically tell people, so they're going to leave the safety of whatever bullshit they're living in. You know, even if it's bad, it's still a certain measure of comfort, you know, safety in numbers, if nothing else. And then you want them to throw that away and come, you know, be on your side, but you're not going to allow them to play your reindeer games.
Right. So, I mean, one of the things like in the great debate community, that drove me I didn't realize that I at one point did it too. Eventually I kind of grew out of this whole thing and began to see that everybody was doing it. Was we didn't allow people to grow.
Right.
And I mean, if you and we were involved in the community for over a decade.
Right.
I mean, this was a long stretch, right? So if 10 years ago, you know, Joe Schmo made this video that was just like, you know, intolerant or, you know, extremely like, you know, to one side and whatever. And then, you know, 10 years later, he's just like, I have come to, see things differently because of my life experiences, the immediate reaction of so many people in our community was to attack. And it's just like, why? And then a year later, they'd be like, oh, don't you remember when he made that video 10 years ago? And it's just like, but he's changed since then. Like, why are we holding people to a point of view that they no longer ascribe to?
Right.
Well, like the thing is, like I can't even look at these people like the way their humanity. I ascribe to them because I can empathize with them because I was them.
Right.
I was indoctrinated.
Right. And like, I don't hold you responsible for views that you used to hold. Like, I don't hold them against you. I might bring them up to jab at you a little bit in fun, but never anything serious where I'm like, oh, Autumn's a piece of shit because, when she was a he was a douche. I mean, I would, but there are so many people in our community that do shit like that.
Yeah.
And it's just like that.
Well,
You have to allow people room to grow.
And Raven, you know Losoyo, who he is anyway, even if you don't know. So because he was a Christian for a long time, that we knew him, and then at one point, he confided in me. It's like, I think I'm an atheist now, but I don't know what to do because he was steeped. His whole community, everybody around him was Christian and he was out there being even evangelizing and making pro Christianity videos. And he's like, I can't do it anymore, but I don't know what the fuck to do. And
have a coming out party.
Oh yeah, he was petrified, and and in a way, I kind of think about how when I came to the realization that I was an atheist, because I realize now there was a period there where I didn't identify that way, and if you asked me, I would kind of espouse some sort of nebulous kind of belief, but I realized I didn't really, or I was super questioning at the very least. And when I finally came to the realization, I just can't identify with this belief anymore. And it was scary for like a couple days because I know how my friends were going to take it, my family, and all this kind of stuff. Come to find out, the bulk of my friends were atheists anyway, even going way back. I just never knew it because we didn't really talk about it, or if they do go, and get involved in religion, it's kind of perfunctory. It's not out of any kind of heavy belief or anything like that. It's kind of like, well, that's just what you do kind of thing. It's a ritual rather than anything else. And so, yeah, it was kind of scary. And I was like, well, yeah, am I going to be rejected? And I guess I got a small taste of what LGBTQ people go through all the time, like literally every fucking second. I got a little tiny taste. And yeah, it was weird. And it was like, well, what do I go? And I realized, well, I'm not really giving anything up because there was nothing to have.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I went in two different phases. Like, I was an atheist, but I was not an activist about it. Like, I would follow people. Like, in fact, the reason I know AOD is because I followed him on YouTube. He was like one of the atheist people from that whole time period when atheism online was all the rage, right? Like, there's that whole.
And you didn't know me?
Surprisingly, no.
Because he made videos about me.
Well, like I wasn't like a religious viewer or anything, but he was one of the people I subscribed to. Exactly.
I watch that atheist religiously.
But like on that issue, like in a weird way, I felt like I was in the closet, like, and
well, you were.
I was, like, in so many ways.
Yeah.
Religion was something that I didn't really talk about because I'm like, I just don't believe it.
Wow, you were probably one of the most closeted people I've ever known because you're closeted on so many axes.
She was in a closet.
I was.
She'd have to come out of the closet to be in the closet.
I mean, the thing is, like,
it's
if
like
you got
more clothing, but it's different.
It's like one of those Russian nesting dolls.
Yeah.
I would dance around these kind of topics because I didn't want to lie about them, but I didn't want to like own them either, you know, because I just didn't want to wear it for myself, I guess, if that makes sense.
And look at you now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a satanic trans girl. What's up, world?
I actually, I'll take credit for it. I poisoned your mind.
It's true. I got transed. It's a disease. It's a social contagion.
Yes, I
all the
trained
things.
you via internet.
What's really funny, if you remember, you know, around the time when more and more states were having marriage equality and allowing same-sex marriages, and it was heading toward the Obergefell decision. And you know, I heard, you know, all the usual bullshit arguments, and the one of the ones is like, well, if it's so open and okay to be gay, everyone's just going to turn gay. And I'm thinking, that says more about you than it does me.
It does.
You know,
it so does.
Because I it wasn't like I was sitting there, man, I'd really love to suck a dick, but you know, it's society says I shouldn't. So I was like, if that was my proclivity, I would have just sucked the dick. You know,
There was the Eddie Murphy skit, right?
I was.
You can be
I
friends
was.
with a gay person, play tennis. You know, hey, good game. Would you want to go get a beer? No, I'm going to suck a dick. You go ahead and suck that dick.
I'll go drink the beer. You know, so every once in a while, when I run into people who still grouse about it, I'm like, you know what? You guys promised us that if we had marriage equality and same-sex marriage, that straight people will start turning gay. And it's been like 11 years, and I haven't sucked one dick. What the fuck is up with that shit?
Yeah, right.
Right.
They promised like madness and bedlam.
Chaos. Mayhem. I haven't fucked any dudes in the ass. No dudes fucked me in the ass. What the fuck? What's going on? Someone promised me gay shit. It hasn't fucking happened. I haven't turned gay.
Slippery slope that they guaranteed us would be there. What happened?
Well, this is the problem for the right wing, is that, you know, because of course all their things are based on bullshit. And so
you would think that people by now would be like, oh, I can't get fooled again.
I don't see how they plan on wrapping themselves around the Constitution and freedom shit anymore. Like after this, because like the true start of the severance for me was Donald Trump. Like that, it was 2015. Like I was in on the spectacle of it all, right? Was entertaining. The Trump memes and the lib tears kind of thing. Like there was a distinct difference, a fracture in the right wing that made me very uncomfortable. Right.
So I mean, currently the way it sits right now, you have established a small group, but they are still establishment Republicans. They love the military, they love law and order, they love the Constitution, they wrap themselves in the flag, right? Those people still exist, but then there's the MAGA Republicans, and
these people like that gave me unease, right?
And
was like, I am not
they're openly anti-American, they're openly anti-Constitution, openly.
They're literally fascists.
Yeah, they are literally fascists, and they're literally Trump is running on destroying the country. I mean, that is his platform. We're going to do away with this department. We're going to do away with that department. We're going to put all of the power into the hands of the president, to the point to where nobody can stop the president from doing whatever the president wants. Right. He's openly running on that now.
Yeah, we're gonna withdraw from all of our allegiances and treaties and all this kind of stuff. You know, it's the maggots. I mean, here's the funny part about it is, I mean, in a sad way, that, you know, of course you get these people, again, a lot of people mistake them for centrists. They're not centrists, because that's not what a centrist is, but I call them militarians. These people, it's basically the fallacy of the divided middle. Like, okay, well, if people on the left side want 10 and the other side wants 150, that the answer has to be the geometric middle between the two. Again, that's why I call them militarians. They think there's something noble in this. It's like, well, no, the nobility is in what's the right answer. Like, to the best of our ability to find out.
Some things are just wrong.
Exactly.
Well, it's based on a false equivalence.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. So they run. So I remember, a number of times, like, well, you shouldn't be calling them fascists, or you shouldn't call them Nazis. And I'm like, they fly fucking Nazi flags. So maybe you want to call them Nazi cosplayers, but that's close to fucking enough. And the only reason why they're not, putting up camps and burning people is because they don't have enough power yet to do it. If you think they won't, you're a fool. This is the shit I tried to explain to fucking Kazoom, that like, you keep trying to find, some kernel, some nugget in these fucking people, but there's nothing, at least, there's nothing that you're going to redeem out of them, and you'll be up against the wall with the rest of us
early on
in charge.
In the age of Trump, the Trumponian period. Early on, Hank Green had said something like either Donald Trump is a Nazi or he's pretending to be a Nazi. And at some point, what's the difference?
Right.
Donald Trump, I don't think he subscribes to any of this ideology, frankly.
I don't think he doesn't have an ideology. No, he's ideology of self.
Yeah.
He's
what's going to enrich him.
He's definitely like on the outside of a situation, and I think he has the acumen to understand how to manipulate people and what they're after. Right. I think he's excellent at reading a room. I think he knows what people want to hear.
Yeah.
And I think he gives them that.
Well, that's why I tell people that I don't think he's intelligent. He's crafty. There's not quite the same thing. He has an instinct for understanding how people behave. He doesn't know facts. He can't reason. But he can, like you said, he can read a room. He can read people, and he knows how to manipulate people.
He's good at it.
I'm sorry. We can continue with this conversation. I don't want to change topics. I just need to say this right now before I forget it. Somebody commented on one of my pictures. I saw a bee just completely covered in pollen and couldn't help thinking, she works hard for the honey. Sorry.
So you better treat it right.
I'm sorry. Continue.
Well, actually, I'm going to take a little sidetrack just along what you just said. I've been buying a lot of CDs of late because, I want to own my stuff, and I don't want to have DRM preventing me from putting stuff on my phone and bullshit. Yeah. So I've bought the thing is, because I buy so much stuff for my company, and sometimes I use credit cards, so I develop a lot of free, points that I can use for stuff. So I've got like hundreds of Amazon points, and or thousands, I guess, technically, or hundreds of dollars worth. So I've been buying up a ton of CDs from the late 70s and throughout the 80s. So it's all Gen X all the music that was important to our generation, and we got it all loaded. And I actually made up a Gen X playlist. It's so far 648 songs.
Nice. So okay, Dad Bod Veteran.
Yes.
He's a right winger. You can tell because in a couple of his videos he has referred to people on the left as people on the left. So he's not one of us.
Right.
But culturally, he is.
Right.
And he has recent videos of these kids who are Gen Alpha, they're younger than the Zoomers, who are doing really stupid shit outdoors. And he had the same thought I did when I watched his video, right? My first thought was, it's us.
Yeah.
It's us. It's Gen X. Look at them.
Reborn.
They're hurting themselves outside.
Yay! He's hurt bad. That's right.
There will be blood. Oh my God. It's us all over again.
Beautiful. And that's one thing. And I'm sure you've seen Sherry Diaz.
Yes, I love her.
Yeah, she's awesome. And because she captures that attitude. And I'm like, here's one thing. And what I've really appreciated about him and her and some other channels that I belong to that are Gen X oriented. And I've obviously you both know I've been very harsh on millennials and the Zoomers and all this kind of stuff. But watching these people's videos, I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna get into that anymore. I'm not going to get into the general, and that's what I like about the Gen X people that are making videos. They're like, fuck these other generations. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to put them down. I'm not going to fight with them. Yay us, man. We're fucking awesome. And, you know, and we don't have
to. If you fall into the trap of criticizing the younger generation all the time, you just turn out to be an old man shaking his fist at clouds.
Right.
And nobody wants that.
Exactly. So they're just like they're just, you know, embracing our stuff. And then the other thing too, like, Sherry made a video that really hit home for me because her point was about like, there's a lot of stuff that we do as adults that people used to say were childish. Like, you know, that if you were an adult and you were still doing these things, Bill Maher still says this stupid shit. Because he stopped, he forgot how to have, because he forgot how to have, well, he's a boomer anyway. He forgot how to have fun.
But like watching superhero movies, playing air guitar.
Right. You know? And it's like, and I think so. And Sherry made the point of like, for us, like, well, we had to grow up fast because no one was guiding the ship for us. So we're kind of, now that we got money and time, we're like, yeah, man, this shit was fucking cool. And I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to enjoy it. No one can tell me I can't.
Was somebody else that said something along the lines of, we had to be 30 when we were 10. Right. And we've been that for 30 years now.
Right.
It's just, yeah, okay.
Yeah. And so it's my, and I've seen, I'm sure you've seen it. There's two videos that people have done stitches with that I like. One of them is like, when you guys say you drank from the hose, like, or a sink's not an option. And
yes,
then
I've seen a couple of those stitches and it's like, no, they weren't a fucking option. I don't understand why that's hard to grasp.
Well, yeah, this one woman, she's small, she's definitely from our area, and she's like, no, she's like, you know, we had to go outside. Like there was a commercial that came on at the news at 10 o'clock news that said, you know, parents, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are to remind them that they had fucking kids?
Well, you know, when I was watching the dad bod veteran guy, and there's the kids in the cozy coop that flipped over the curb, and he stuck the landing, right? My first thought was feral children. We weren't the last. There's a whole new crop of feral children.
That's awesome.
Because I say stuff like that all the time. Like the Peach is just like, sorry, you know, the people of your generation and like my kids, their generation, we were different than you. Like we did stuff outside. We were out all day. We'd be on our bikes, and we came home when the street light came on.
Yep. That's literally what the rule was in my house.
Literally, that's what it was. We had one in my neighborhood. We had one street light, and you could see it from my front porch, and that's it. You had to be home when the street lights came on. That was the rule, and that was it. We went everywhere. I would be miles away from home with my bicycle. Well, my kids didn't do that shit.
Well, and this is what really hit me home, and this is one of the reasons why two things that stopped me from beating on millennials. One was, I don't know, one of Landon's friends, SPJ, you know, he's a really great guy, he's a rapper and, you know, entrepreneur. And, you know, he took me to task on Messenger. He's like, Joe, you know, I let you on my show because I like what you have to say. And you sit there and bash millennials, you know, I'm a millennial, right? And you know, that's really fucking insulting. And so, you know, I need, you know, that's, you know, how do you square that circle? You know, like think about what you're saying, and you know, when you're so, you know, making these statements without qualifiers, you know, you're roping us all in, and it doesn't feel good, especially when you're on my show saying this to me. And I'm like, you know, that's a fair point. You know, that's fair way, but you know, that's a fair point. I'll try to do better. And then what really kind of closed the door for me was I saw a video. And there was a kid, he was 7, maybe 8, and he got off the bus at the wrong bus stop. He's in his neighborhood, he's in the right development, but he's in the wrong section, right? And he doesn't know where he's at, and he's losing his shit. He's just fucking falling apart. And my first reaction was like, how fucking pathetic this kid, you know, because of course we, you know, like I said, we used to range for miles. So, you know, being away was no big deal because we knew the neighborhoods because we went everywhere. And then it hit me. I'm like, you know what? That's not this kid's fault. That's his parents' fault.
It's his parents' fault. Participation trophies. I don't know how many times I heard people go off about participation trophies. Oh, millennials and their They didn't want them.
Yeah, they didn't give them themselves. They
The
received them.
boomers and Gen Xers forced them on them.
Right.
It wasn't their idea. It was us. We did that to them.
Exactly. So I said, you know what? I got to start looking at this differently. It's like, so anything in the millennials that we don't like, well, when we have to look at boomers and older Gen X and say, well, we were their parents, so why were
Well, I mean, here's what happened. Sherry Diaz, she actually did a video of probably a couple of them about the whole thing about like, we were like so ignored as children. Right. And so left to our own devices, drinking out of hoses and traveling for miles and all the adventures and stuff that we got into, that when we became parents, we became helicopter parents. Because the thinking was, I'm not going to do to my kids what my parents did to me.
Right.
And when you look at like millennials and the Zoomers, it was just like, oh, I think we overcompensated.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, we shouldn't blame them if there's anything wrong with them at all. And I'm not saying there is, but if there's anything that, well, like, okay, I've mentioned before, like my younger stepson, he's in his 40s and he's still like, he's made a lot of strides, right? But before that, it was like when he got in the first apartment, he's like, he didn't know how to get an apartment, he didn't know how to get a phone hooked up, he didn't know how to get cable TV, and he was in his late 30s, early 40s, and his mom's helping him. And I'm like, well, but I thought about it. Well, she babied him. She never gave him the opportunity to she was so worried about him failing or hurting himself or whatever that she never let him grow up. And so that's not his fault. That's her fault.
My older kids, I was too much on them. And I didn't realize that for many years. But when we enrolled Damon into Montessori school, and I was talking to the teacher during like basically the enrollment, like interview kind of a thing. I was talking to basically the woman who owns the school, right? The head teacher. And while we're speaking, my eyes are firmly on Damon as he's running around the playground, and I'm watching. And I realized she had stopped speaking and she was just watching me watch him. And I looked at her and she said, "You're fascinating." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Leave him alone. He's fine."
So I actually almost cut the difference exactly at half and half between Gen X and millennials. I was born in 82.
So you're a Zennial.
So I am too young to appreciate big hair bullshit. I think you're weird. And I'm too old to appreciate fucking Pokemon, right? Like I'm like literally cut between these generations. And I too was that ignored kid, like I was very much bred into that. But it's weird. But I will say I've actually kind of come to appreciate my millennial identity for the first time because like millennials haven't gotten a lot of grace for their situation at all. The fact is, like, financially, in a lot of ways, millennials have been really fucking shafted. And like they never got the opportunity.
Gen X actually went through all of the same stuff.
Right. Did they?
And it was during our adulthoods when we were just starting to raise families, kind of a thing, when we kept getting knocked down by the economy, kept, and it was just like repeatedly. And for a lot of Gen Xers, and also that happened to millennials when they were coming of age. It was just like everything went into the shitter, and then ever since then it's been over and over again. So yeah, Joe and I, we're of an age where we understand that pounding because we dealt with it too and are dealing with it too.
And Raven, I think, and you hit on, and this is, I realized not that long ago, this is one of the reasons why I had a resentment toward the millennials. For two reasons. One, because you're right. When I hear them, their complaints, I never denigrate them for their complaints because their complaints are spot on. They're right. They're totally right. I got on their case because, one, I think I resented them because again, we went through it too, and a lot of them like they acted like they were the first ones to discover this. I'm like, shit, man, that's been my whole, like hey, I'm on your side. Don't kick dirt in my face. I went through the same shit.
Numbers wise, though, Gen X is a smaller generation.
Right, much smaller.
Much smaller.
I don't think millennials have a problem with Gen
listen
Xers.
to us.
Yeah.
Well, no. The thing is that that's what Raven just said is important, because and that's something I was always frustrated with too. Whenever I would try to say it to millennials, like, yeah, I'm on your side, I get it, but here's what you have to do to change the thing you want to change. You can't go into a rally or shouting and whatever. That's not enough. It's a good thing to do, but it's not enough. And they kept telling, and they kept spitting in my face, and I was just like, "Come on, guys!" And I got bitter because I was like, "I'm trying."
Other side of the equation. Other side of the equation, though, Joe, the boomers.
Oh yeah,
right? They didn't listen. Like, we had the same complaints at the same age, and we were told to shut the fuck up, deal with it, pull ourselves up by our bootstraps.
Yeah.
While they actively, obviously not individually, but as a generation, while they actively changed the system that they grew up in and lived in, that we were growing up in, right? They changed the system to benefit them.
And against us.
And then when we were failed, we were told tough shit.
Right.
And there weren't enough of us to do anything about it.
Right.
Millennials, though, that's something that they have in their pocket.
Well, and I think we're figuring that out too. I agree.
Right. Sorry to interrupt you, but again, that was part of my frustration, because I was trying to explain to them, like, yeah, guys, we didn't have the tools to organize in the way we weren't organized in the way you were. We couldn't be organized in the way you can be. So I'm like, and you have all the knowledge of everything in your pocket, and you know how to use it. So fucking use it, people.
Well, that's the thing is, so right now we're in a race against time when it comes to like millennials getting their shit together as a generation and understanding that they can change that. Can they do it in time? Because who's getting there first, millennials or Trump?
Right.
That's where we're at.
I think this is where we're at. And, I will say this as a millennial, technically.
Millennial, you're that.
Yeah. But I share that. Like, even as a right winger, I had an affinity for Bernie Sanders and populism, and I had an affection for Occupy. And
I was there as Zuccotti Park.
I was there with you.
I don't think it's taken shape, but I will say this press against Trump and against this force shouldn't go unnoticed. Like we might not have won, but we're not nothing either. Right. Like, as it stands, I get to exist. As it stands, right, even though it's not fucking easy, it's not nothing. Right. That there wasn't that long ago where I couldn't.
Yeah, it just was not possible at all.
And so I like to at least appreciate what we've done for ourselves without asking for permission.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Agreed.
That's important.
So it's not nothing. Right. And we've only got time to mature, and we're not going back. Right. We're not going back. Like, there was we refuse. So
there was a news report. It was a couple of years now ago, but they were talking about the generations, and they were talking about like, the Zoomers and all this other stuff, and they had them all listed, and the years, right? And they were talking about like common things that the cohort would experience that makes them a cohort, and they didn't have Generation X listed
at all.
Just wasn't even listed. It was like, silent generation and the boomers and millennials and it was Gen X wasn't even listed. There was a gap in the years on the chart, but they didn't even bother listing us. And it was, on the internet, on Facebook, the comments on this were less like off the charts with all Gen Xers going, wait. Where are we? But that's the thing, because the people in charge of those things are either young boomers or Gen Xers, and we didn't even give ourselves enough credit to think of us.
Yeah, I mean, here's one thing, and I guess too, again, part of where my resentment came from is I remember when the 2016 election was coming up, and they were like, "Hey, the millennials are catching up in total numbers to boomers." There was like 69.1 million boomers eligible to vote, 69 million. So we're literally like 100,000 people difference between of millennials and eligible Gen X, 27 million. We're outnumbered almost three, like 2.5 to 1. And so I kind of feel like, and that's why I kind of feel like, again, that was where some of my hostility would, and it was misdirected, but where some of it got aimed at the millennials, because I was like, guys, we never, even with the tools, we never had the chance. We were too outnumbered. There was not enough of us to matter. Right. And so, but here's where I'm at now, because now I think Gen X, we're starting to stand up and we're starting to take our place. And because look, we know the millennials are right? We know this. And we're starting to take our place and see that, hey, and the millennials are starting to, as they're getting older, they're starting to listen to us. And
millennials are counting on you. Like, I mean, where you're at in life and your authority, like it didn't come from nothing. Like we go through and we progress in our careers and our stations in life, and millennials haven't gotten to come into their own yet.
Right.
Like they're still navigating how the fuck am I buying a house? Like not enough of us have gotten to the station to affect change in that way yet.
Right.
Like
but that's what I mean. So now that Gen X, we're finally realizing, like, hey, we're on the eaves of being there, even though our window is going to be very small.
Yeah,
we actually have the ability to actually finally do something, and it seems like we're grabbing it.
2016 was the first presidential election, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that all millennials were old enough to vote.
Yeah.
And they didn't. And they didn't show up. They didn't come out. And I get that not feeling like you're in a place where you've reached a certain station in your life to be able to affect change. I get that.
Sure.
But the easiest way to affect change in our society is to vote. So considering
was Gen X better?
Well, we were too small to make a difference.
I know, but
we weren't. But we weren't. In fairness, no, we weren't.
Right.
Gen Xers did not, when they became adults, did not run out to
I think millennials are coming around when it comes to this. I do. I think their participation is increasing. I think that
quite a lot. In fact, I think one of the things that really was a shocker, and this is the reason why 2022 didn't turn into a red wave, is because I think the Roe versus Wade decision shocked the fuck out of a lot of people, and they realized, like, oh, when those people told us that it wasn't about Hillary, it was about the Supreme Court, they were right, and oh shit, and we got to stop this from getting worse.
That's right. And what we bake into us is, we come without the religiosity and bullshit, a lot of us, but like, we're not perfect. We still have tons of people like that are our age or younger that are still going through indoctrination practices and still, it's not, this is messy stuff, right? You can't
as a cohort, right? Millennials are still the best educated, the most open-minded, the most diverse generation this country has ever seen.
They get a lot of shit out of hand, I think.
And as a generation, when you guys all get your ducks in a row,
you're going to move mountains.
You're going to change everything about not just this country, but the world will change.
I've kind of come to absorb this elder millennial identity, like I see it and I think we're better. And I think we're Are we going to win? I don't know. But we're going to fucking fight for it. I can see that we're not going to be passive, and I can see that we're figuring it out, and I can see that they're fucking nervous.
What's frustrating for people like Joe, because Joe gets really, well, in the past at least, had gotten really frustrated by it. He's the old man,
the curmudgeon,
shaking his fist at clouds, saying, "I told you so." Like, you know, I'm not being a prick. I am trying to show you the way because we didn't do it.
Right.
Because we didn't do it. And I will say that it's unfair to look at the younger generation, millennials, and be like, why didn't you fucking learn from our mistake? Because we didn't learn from our parents' mistakes either.
The thing is, I don't.
But here's the one thing, and this is the one place where I disagree. I agree with you what you said, except in one point. This tool.
Yes.
This tool. And the thing is, we know that millennials are really good at organizing. Look at how organized Occupy Wall Street was. And what got me, there were people, our generation, that same person who was going to stay home until we got universal health care without actually voting for it. He was one of the people who made videos like knocking millennials for Occupy Wall Street. I'm like, this is the best thing they've ever done. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. How are you knocking it? This is fucking what we need. And I said the only downside to Occupy Wall Street at all that I ever felt was that it didn't turn into a bigger political movement. It didn't turn into Occupy Congress.
Right.
Occupy is important, and it's still important. Because you want to know what it was? It was a generation of people like me that said, we're onto your fucking game.
Yeah.
And you should be worried.
Right. Yeah. And that's a shame. As I said, I was sad when it fizzled out because I thought I was really seeing this as, hey, this is the beginning of a movement that's really going to fucking change things.
It still was. It still is. It still says what we are. Nothing was taken away from that.
Well, I guess I thought it was gonna manifest itself into a bigger thing more quickly than it did.
There was an insistence from the people who organized it at the center of it. There was this insistence that it was going to be completely decentralized and there were no leaders, which in and of itself is kind of an oxymoron because obviously if you're making this decision, you're a leader.
Right.
But this whole like insistence that there was no head of it, that there was no leader, was basically its death knell. You can make a statement and you can make noise, or you can make a statement and you can make noise and you can make change. And the difference between the two is some kind of structure. And
it's the start. It's just the start. It's not the end.
Look at how many years has it been though? I mean, nobody's occupying nothing anymore.
Well, no, I know. I think I understand.
I had the system by the balls.
They were afraid. They were afraid.
Let go. They were afraid. They were afraid. They were like knocking down tents. They were destroying tents.
It's not the last time.
Shit.
That's not the last time. Like this is the thing is you cannot expect, and it's unreasonable expect to lay this at the feet of millennials to fix the problems of the world.
No, we don't. We don't. But here's the thing: is this movement right that bubbled up from the millennial cohort, right? The millennial generation, right? This movement that bubbled up from the guts of it, right? Which was a completely righteous movement, right? It was on the right side of history. It wanted the right things. Had the ability in its grasp to finally make change, the change that their grandparents wanted to make in the 60s, right? It was finally at the fingertips of a youth movement, and then they didn't follow through for whatever.
They didn't know how, but the takeaway from that, what I would have people take away from that is it wasn't for nothing.
No. I mean, yeah, well, look, I mean, certainly the Occupy movement opened the door to people like Bernie to even be on the stage.
Right.
and that led to a better consciousness. So yeah, I don't think that it did nothing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it could have crested. Basically what's happening now is this kind of almost like reforming.
We weren't, the country isn't and still isn't quite ready, frankly. It's
Gen
not.
Xers,
But you know what? But the people that needed to hear that message, whether or not you're on the right side or the wrong side of it, got that message that things are going to be different.
True.
It's coming.
Agreed. Gen Xers watched Occupy in fascination. We watched it going, we couldn't do that because there's not enough of us. There was no way it was going to happen. Boomers watched it and said, that's what we wanted to do. That was our dream. That was what we fought for. This is what we wanted. These kids are doing the right thing. They heard us preach, and they are carrying the flag forward. And where the boomers lost their way because of money, the boomers lost their way because of money and greed. And they put down their banners to become executives.
Like George Carlin said, like George Carlin said, to buy pasta machines and soybean futures.
Right. Yeah. But millennials got chased away.
We got nowhere else to go. It defaults to us. And
well, and this is why I told ZJ way back when ZJ didn't understand why some of us were against the idea of people being effectively immortal, through medical technology. I'm like, because in order for there to be growth and change, the old shitty ideas have to die, and the only way that happens is when the old shitty people die.
Right.
And I think everybody here knows and can. I have a kind of confidence, and I can say this because I could recognize this as a right winger at the time. It's obvious.
So we're
going like it's not like this is happening, and I can see change occurring in my own life.
During Occupy, they were streaming videos at a lot of the sites. I actually have a whole list of videos on my channel that were being streamed around the world. I was one of the top videographers of the movement. I have videos that were put out under the anonymous label that were my videos, lots of them. And so, I mean, I was heavily involved with a lot of people, conversations in different places in Seattle, in Portland, New York City, obviously, because I was so close. I was there a couple of times. And when the police came in and corralled people and like literally ran people the fuck over, and they smashed people's electronics and belongings, and they toppled the kitchens and the first aid stations, it was one of the most heartbreaking things I'd ever seen. And then when nothing came up after the last Occupy camp was snuffed out, and nothing came up to replace any of it, I was like, that spark died. That's it. That's done. It was stomped out.
It's not stomped out. I can tell you because, like, I don't know if it's going to come in the form of an FDR, but I can tell you this. I am confident by the time we get to where the boomers are at today, it's not going to be just okay to ride a dick into space while I have to give $20 to the guy on the street so he can buy drugs and forget his station in life because we suck so bad as a society. I think there's enough of people like me that are tired of bullshit like this.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's why I said, as the people with bad ideas die off, and they're dying off, yay. You got, that's the thing. Your group is going to be there, and that's the thing. You not only do you have the right attitude, there's lots of you. You're a big generation. You're at this point now. You're actually.
It wasn't even okay with me as a conservative.
Right. Well, that's the thing, and that's why I was talking to somebody a while back about how did Trump get to where he is? How do you trick people and fool them? I said, well, because here's the thing. those we talk a lot of it's white grievance, but like those blue collar people living in red states, they have a lot of reason to be angry. It's just the problem is they've been indoctrinated.
They don't have the right outlet. But the thing is, it's there.
Right.
It exists. And I'm confident that a whole lot of old people with money should be very fucking nervous.
The dinner table issues people and the blue collar, what do they call them? Joe the plumber guys. Yeah, their grievances are absolutely justified and they are real. And yes, they have the wrong outlet.
Right. Yeah. And they basically
the Democrats suck at messaging.
Well, they do. And the thing is, the right wing has been very good at messaging, so they basically tricked the blue collar red state person into thinking that instead of realizing that it's the rich fuck that on Wall Street that's fucking them over, and it's the people they're voting for that are fucking them over, they think it's blacks and women and feminists and trans people and gay people.
I'm reminded of the guys with the cookies.
Right.
The cookie analogy.
Right.
Hey man, he took one of your cookies.
He tried to.
It's that is a top-down phenomenon, though. It's like an agreement or some weird shit. It's like the blue collar and have-nots of the conservative movement or the conservative wing. It's like they exchange, like so long as we get to hate people in our ignorance, you guys can fuck us in the ass.
Right.
And financially,
right.
Like it's a really weird
build-up, right?
Yeah, it's almost like they do it knowingly. The other thing is like the basis of conservatism, an honest one, right? And maybe kind of where I was coming from, and the way I viewed my whole centrist libertarian shit was, it sucks, but it can't get better because the system has to have this baked-in greed, and that kind of thing. You consider it as sort of like a necessary evil, right?
Price of doing business,
and it's a lie, but it's a lie they believe in. Okay, and so they haven't caught up to that kind of thinking yet. But that isn't their fault. They're propagandized nonstop, like in what they consume.
Yeah.
Like these people are, they might as well live in the fucking DPRK with what the kind of shit that they listen to feeds them.
And if Trump has his way, they will. Yeah. Well, and this.
A guy I had a back and forth with on one of the I think it was Bud Light, one of the Bud Light articles, right? I went and checked out his profile. He has more posts on his Facebook profile about trans people than I do.
Right. Right.
Well, and this is again the reason why people that flock to Trump, because it's funny. Here's the odd part about it is the things they love him for the most were actually the very few times he was actually honest. He went out there and said, "Yeah, you're getting screwed over by the wealthy." He's one of them. That was the part that they disconnected from. But he basically went out there and said, "Yeah, you're all fucked," and they're like, "Yeah, we are all fucked." And he helped justify their bigotry. So that's why they're like,
one of the first things that he did that was brilliant as far as a politician. One of the first things he did was say, "You can't believe anything she says." I know because I gave her money to say it. And then he looked at the other side of the aisles, him too. And it was just like people look, yeah, but I guess we can trust you then.
Right. Which is kind of ironic considering that, so wait, you pay people money to lie to us and they missed that part.
I get the whole not wanting to call him smart and like we prefer crafty or whatever, and maybe that's more appropriate. But here's what I get at when I talk about this kind of stuff. I get really, really fucking annoyed when left-wingers underestimate these people's sophistication. They are not bad at what they do at all.
No, not at all.
They are really fucking good at it. And like to not give them credit and acknowledge that is to ignore how we have to respond to it.
Well, it's like what was that show with Jeff Daniels? I think it's Jeff Daniels, where the girl stands up and she says, why is America the greatest country in the world? And he does the rant, like, he's like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's and my favorite line in that whole soliloquy was, if liberals are so goddamn smart, why do they lose so
goddamn much, right?
Yeah. And it's true. We're so fucking smart. Why do they lose so goddamn always? And it's, for one, I've said for literally 3 decades. Some people talk about don't bring a gun, a knife to a gunfight. Liberals bring books to an artillery barrage.
I know. It's so fucking and like, what makes it extra bad? And like, I'm sorry if this is a right-wing talking point, but this is true. Liberal smugness pertaining to exactly what we're talking about is the most self-owned goal thing ever. It's so frustrating. It's like, no, y'all.
One of the things in this election cycle already that's annoying the fuck out of me is the leftists laughing at Chris Christie.
Right.
And it's like, number one, he was governor twice, and
as right wingers go, he's like not the most evil one of them, by the way.
And that's the thing. It's just like, why are you laughing at him? This is the guy. This is the guy you should be propping up. This is the guy you should be saying, "Hey, we need to pay attention to Chris Christie." Chris Christie's speaking. Everybody listen, because if he were to win, and okay, fine, he's not going to win, but if he were to win, he ain't coming after us. Right. He was the governor of New Jersey twice. He never came after us.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. He, again, I didn't like him as a governor, but he was practical, and he was the adult. Like, think of how much flack he got when Sandy happened, and he was like, and he worked with Obama because he's like, I got to take care of my state, and I don't like Obama, but he's helping me take care of my people, and that's my fucking job. And yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't be, so if he won, I wouldn't be happy, but I wouldn't be petrified either.
I mean, when he was governor, I picked on him a lot. I called him a Nazi because of his attitude about, like, what I say goes. There was the hurricane. I don't know. He was just like, get your fucking cars off the road. We tell you to get your cars off the road. You get your cars off the goddamn road. And that was his attitude. It was very, bombastic about it, right? Very, he didn't care about swearing on TV to tell people what he said goes. And I made up that whole big thing where, like, getting the auto off of das road, I mean, that was Chris Christie. But he never came after anybody.
He did one good thing too. Just one. He opened the door from bombastic fat guys. So I still got a shot.
You got a shot.
I got a shot.
I mean, so, like, if people like the attitude of Trump, the bombastic attitude, the bossy New York style conservative, that's Chris Christie. You can have that without the bigotry.
Right.
Because I don't remember anything Chris Christie did towards any group that would be considered bigoted.
One thing I want to address to what you said about the smugness. Here's the thing that's weird, because I agree with what you said. First of all, let me be clear on that. But what's weird is the right wing can be smug too, but they just never pay a price for it ever.
They don't pay a price for it because it's built in that so many of them are so dumb. That's the thing, right? Like, it's like, that's the issue here, is that liberals on average are smarter people, okay? And knowing that and feeding off of that, it breeds resentment by the right wing. And like, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything.
Well,
like,
that's why
I really can put a large part of how Donald Trump came into power on that resentment.
I can, and that's what I need people to understand.
I agree.
A really big thing I think that really went a long way was when Obama said Trump is not going to be president. I think that actually was a huge boost for Trump.
Yeah, that's smugness.
Right.
Yeah, one thing too, and then more examples of the smugness, and this is something that always rubs me the wrong way. So, because I see it on, I don't really do Twitter, but on the rare occasions I'm out there, and I see it on YouTube and videos. And some right winger will do something horrible, heinous, ridiculous, stupid, whatever it is, and then they'll make a video, and instead of like looking at it and just saying, yeah, here's this ridiculous thing and why it's ridiculous, they get into, they're over there done for, or somebody does a clap back and they're like, wow, we did the clap back, like that fucking accomplished anything. The right wingers don't give a fuck about our clapbacks at all. They're meaningless. They make us feel good, but but then they go out there and they're like, oh, we bested them. No, that's nothing. They don't care. They'll complain about Twitter and YouTube and Facebook. They don't give a fuck. It's just that's like this just plays into their talking points, like you said. They use those examples, like look at this smug, arrogant asshole, liberal, and we kind of handed them a sword, right? So I'm like, and that's why like Brian Taylor Cohen, that's why I unsubbed from him, because there was too many videos of like, oh, this guy's destroyed, and in some cases it really wasn't. It was like somebody just mentioned that, showed that
it annoys the shit out of me too. I like Brian. I like Brian. I like him. He was on MSNBC tonight. He's a contributor for them now.
Yeah.
I like him. He's really smart, but like, yeah, the overselling things is really fucking annoying.
Well, Chris Hayes was especially awful.
Yeah.
He's
smarmy. He's smarmy. That's even worse.
And it's like, look, man, like I get it. You're giving your crew red meat. I understand that, but like there are some things you just don't have to do. Like.
Well, and especially where it really hurts too is when you play down to your opponent. Even if you say, okay, those guys are dumb, they believe ridiculous things, okay, fair enough, but playing down to your opponent it's hubris, for one. And when you underestimate your opponent, that's usually when you get a kick in the teeth,
because you give them power.
Right, giving them power. And also what you're doing is you're lowering the bar for them. So I remember like when G.W. Bush was in various debates, we made it out like he was like slobbering on himself, is gonna like pee his pants and gonna hunch over and throw feces. And when none of that happened, people were like, the people who don't pay attention to this shit very much, they're like, he wasn't so bad. He acquitted himself okay. He wasn't really great, but he didn't drool on himself. He didn't piss his pants. He didn't throw shit. So when you basically give this impression that, and the same thing happened with Sarah Palin. We all made fun of Sarah Palin. Look, she's dumb, but on top of, but we beat that drum too hard, and so then when she didn't fall apart in the debates, then she won simply by not being as ridiculous as we made her out to be.
Well, it comes across as petty, and you're sacrificing your own authority, your own station. You call into question your why should I listen to you? You're just petty, and you're going off on Sarah Palin's like bullshit, but like.
Hey,
no, I what you're saying.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice,
you can't get fooled again. And that's the thing, I think, and that's really what it comes down to is, it's okay to poke fun here and there. They do it too, but when you lean into it, it doesn't never. Well, I think like great examples of hubris. The 2007 Mets, 2008 Mets. Two of the biggest collapses. I was following the Mets for years, and basically just assuming they had it won, and they end up like with basically unbeatable odds in their favor, and both times found ways to lose it anyway.
Well,
because they played down because they didn't take their opponent seriously. They didn't respect their opponent, and they lost.
Yeah.
well, I mean, Trump.
Yeah, everybody underestimated him, and he kept gaining and gaining and gaining and gaining.
Well, I heard one of the big complaints I heard about Hillary after 2016 was she didn't campaign in all of the states. There were places she didn't go, and it's just like you just assumed you were going to get it. Why the fuck would you assume that? Especially her. She went into the election with bad blood with a lot of people. Whether or not it's justified is beside the point.
Right.
It
exists.
It's there, and you know it's there. So do something about it. Meet it. If you're not going to meet it, if you're not going to meet your own reputation to challenge it, what the fuck are you doing? Why bother? Stay home.
Right.
I'll just tell you, she is unlikable.
She is.
I like her.
I know that you like her. I like her, but I can recognize that in the ways that she is unlikable. I get
She's
it.
unlikable.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the funny thing about it though is like again, they both had very high negatives. Trump is the first person to win the presidency with negatives as high as he had them.
Right.
Generally, it's not, normal. But the thing is, right. But the fact she knew that there was a bias against her, and that's why
Hillary Clinton is the most qualified person to ever run for president of the United States. The most qualified, and her issue is she knew it. She knows it. Like, she's a political machine. The real power behind Bill Clinton was not Bill Clinton. It was Hillary.
Right.
She got him elected.
Which is one of the reasons why the right hated her, because they knew that.
Right. But she knew it too. And it was because she knew it that she ran her own campaigns the way she did.
She had no
humility. And it's just like, you're running as a political machine. You're not running as a person. And people, when they want to decide who they're going to vote for, they want to make a connection.
At a time like that, when people were just over politics as usual.
Right.
Yeah, and that's why, to me, the best DNC chairman, at least in my lifetime, was Howard Dean. Didn't like Howard Dean as a candidate, but he's really the reason why Obama got elected, because he's like, we're going a 50-state strategy, and we're going to make the Republicans fight on their own territory, and we're going to turn things that were normally not even battleground states into battleground states, and turn things that were normally battleground states into safe blue. And
so if you're in a swing state, right? If you're in a swing state, or even if you're in a red state, and you're not necessarily red, and you're thinking about what you're going to do, and one of the candidates, forget about your town, they don't even come to your state. The fuck are you going to vote for them for? Like, those people, I don't really, I think they were wrong, but I kind of don't blame them, because it's just like, you didn't come for me, so why do you expect me to come out for you?
Well, and actually, this is one of the reasons why when I've gone after, gone after people about, the staying home stuff. The reason when someone says, well, you should be more angry at the people who voted for Trump, I said, I am, because I hate what they do more, because obviously, they wanted it. But here's the thing. I'm like, but the thing is, they voted for what they wanted. They wanted him. So of course they voted for him, because they wanted that.
Yeah.
Or at least they thought they did. Yeah, they came out, and so I'm like, I'm not happy with the decision they made, but they came out, and so that's why I'm like, if you have a belief in whatever it is, and that's why even sometimes somebody will say to me like, oh, a right winger will say, well, you're only encouraging your side. No, everyone should go out, everyone should find out and learn the issues to the best of their ability, and they should go out and vote, and that means even people that I don't like.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene apparently, in Congress, displayed nude pictures of Hunter Biden,
which may be
Why is this a thing? And it's like, and then right wingers is just like, oh yeah, this thing happened. You're gonna defend your boy? It's not my boy.
Right?
I don't care. I don't care.
It's like the meme of the two buttons, and it's like, well, if you're gonna go after our guy, we're gonna go after your guy. okay. And
That's because it doesn't have to be real for it to be real to them. Right. Like in their own bubble,
like, okay,
in their
so
own bubble, there exists this great liberal enterprise that's very fearful of this information coming out or something happening to Hunter Biden or whatever. Like in that world, we got them on their toes. They're fearful now, right? Like seriously, listen to Jesse Waters or any of these people talk about
any accusation made against Donald Trump is illegitimate on its face. Immediately, there's no value to it. You shouldn't be investigated. The person who said it should probably be arrested. Right. Any allegation made against Trump is immediately false. Right. At the same time, everyone must quake in fear at the prospect that Hunter Biden made money because of who his father is. And it's just like, that disconnect is so fucking bizarre. And it's just like, if you say anything about Donald Trump, you're a piece of shit. If you say anything about his kids, you're a piece of shit. But if you don't stick up for Hunter Biden, well, there must be something wrong with you. Why don't you support him? It's just like, it's just so fucking twisted.
Well, especially, I've said to a few of them recently, I'm like, look, okay, if he did something, like, okay,
should go to jail.
Yeah, go to jail. But the thing is, like, to me, even if he did everything that the right wingers have dreamed up that he's done, right? That has nothing to do with Joe Biden. It doesn't matter if his kid is a bad guy, right?
The only thing Joe Biden has proved out of this entire situation, if you just like look at what he said in the recordings, is like, so he's a good dad for being concerned about his kid.
Yeah, there's a video clip of Joe Biden and Hunter kissing.
Yeah,
right? He kissed his kid, and Fox News had pretty much put it on repeat and saying stuff like, "This is the guy that you guys that is president, right? This is how a man acts."
I do want to talk about a positive development though. Mm-hmm. So Fox News isn't done with its legal issues. Say it like that. Okay. And I was pleasantly surprised. I don't watch Fox News anymore, but I do watch like the clips that I can find on YouTube of the goings on over there. And apparently Jesse Waters' mother came on her show or his show and became like a fucking national treasure like that right there. And I don't give it. It was Bo that was talking about it. I was watching his video and he said, he doesn't know whether or not this is Fox indicating like this is a change in direction for them. And I'm like, that would be better. Like, to me, like that's a good indicator. Like if that's coming from top down, like set this thing up. How is that a bad sign? That's a good sign, right?
Right. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Like, I have no expectation that Fox is going to go out of business anytime soon. So that being the case, I'd love to see them tack toward the middle a little bit and be stop touting radical bullshit and lies and
I kind of feel like as a country, as far as like the fascist shift and the rise of Trump and all that stuff, I do feel like we've peaked. If it'll be enough to save us, I don't know, but I do feel like it's peaked.
I get that. I understand that they should be worried. I'm not trying to contradict anything I said earlier, but at this moment in time, we have trans refugees in the United States.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in a refugee state, a trans refugee state. Yes. New Jersey has already officially, the governor has put out a statement declaring that New Jersey is a refugee state for trans people.
Yeah. What's the thing? I mean, Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely we should not. And again, that's one mistake that we make, right? We tend to declare victory way too early.
Right.
So yeah, I'm going to assume basically I'm going to assume that it's worse than it is and fight harder than and if we win by a lot, awesome.
My feeling that that it's peaked is based on a lot of the anti-LGBT laws are being struck down.
Yeah,
there's that.
And
they're not being
in
taken up
cases by Trump appointed judges
Yes,
in some
right.
cases.
And so far I haven't heard of any of them being taken back up again. That nobody's willing to fight to save them. That they're being struck down, and that's it. That's that. And there's also a lot of the rhetoric on the right is actually slowing down.
Well, I think there's I think there's embarrassment going on. I detect like how much, right? Like when Tucker Carlson gets canned, like I get that we like to separate things and all that, but you can't really separate a lot of this stuff out. Like
Right.
like there are indicators between the culture war and everything. Like when Tucker Carlson, like how, okay, so hey, guess what? Those microchips that were in the vaccine, right? That we were hoping that would make you fucking smarter because we were hoping microchips were in the vaccine and hoping that would somehow make you smarter, right? Like they didn't
Didn't
like
work.
the 5G towers didn't get activated. Like you're not like a zombie or anything. Like, you know, like how much concentrated wrong on how many issues have occurred since 2016 on these major issues.
So
like there's no, you can't escape it.
It's
inescapable.
I interrupt both of you for a second.
Sure.
Because this is an awesome conversation, but I got a flight tomorrow morning.
Sure.
And I have some preparation left to do. I'm going to Texas.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you know,
is it a good part? Is it like Houston or Austin?
No, well, I will be in Austin eventually. I'm flying to Dallas, driving to Amarillo. Doing my Geek Week, playing strategy games, and then I'm going to leave Amarillo like Friday. Drive. It's going to take me like a day, and I'm going to do it in shifts. But I'm going to go to Austin. I'm going to see Tracy Harris. I might get to see Jen Peoples.
Cool.
I may actually see Aaron on the when I drive back toward because they're like coming back and then going out again. So, but I might get to see Aaron and Leland.
I have to re-ask him if he could officiate a hand fasting ceremony.
Oh yeah.
Because he was going to officiate our wedding before, and then it ended up getting canceled. So anyway,
that'd be cool.
It would be pretty cool. So
I will see you fine ladies again, and be well. And it's been an awesome conversation. And see ya. Hope you had a good time.
Love you, Joe. Bye.
All right. So yeah, I don't remember what we were saying.
I was just talking about how I detect embarrassment. Like they're quiet. Yeah. They're quiet on issues. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing, though. If Trump were to win, then it's just the floodgates would open.
That's true.
So I think that's where we're at. Like, there's this. He needs to be defeated anyway. But I mean, as far as like a lot of the white supremacy, anti-transy, anti-LGBT nonsense from that side, that's quiet. That's starting to quiet down now. It will only pick up if he wins.
Well, I don't know that the anti-LGBT stuff is quiet at the moment, but
it's quieting.
Yeah, I'll tell you what,
it's past peak.
Here's the thing, right? Like, this is really stochastic terrorism. It really is, with Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson.
I mean, Tucker Carlson said on the air outwardly that people should arm themselves against trans people.
So at a certain point, this has to become like a chargeable offense, right?
I agree.
Like this is getting ridiculous.
Right.
And it's dangerous. And like in my heart of hearts, the way I feel about this is, Matt Walsh, I'm all, I'm very freedom of speech and all, but like you are knowingly causing people to damage innocent people, like physically and in so many ways. Like you were literally killing people. Like
Right.
I'm having a hard time understanding how is this different than God, oh my God, I'm having a brain fart. Who's the fucking guy that we put in prison for his fucking stochastic terrorism bullshit back in the 70s? Like we get to a point where no, like it's not okay to leave a fucking movement of people to cause the Club Q shooting, right? Like it's not okay. There's like that's my hometown, right? Like, and I know exactly what it's the result of. It's exactly the result of consuming media by people like that.
Right.
At some point, like we have to be able to action this kind of activity. Like, and I don't know how to do that. But I legit feel like people like Matt Walsh and crew, like, yeah, you do deserve jail time. You do. Like, this is that's where we're at. This
Right.
isn't just advocacy. This isn't just sharing your beliefs. This is you're cashing in by getting people killed.
Yeah.
So that's just where I'm at with that. I just don't know how to get to it, but these people do need accountability for sure. Like this kind of shit is too much. It's too much, in my opinion. So
I'm right there with you.
yeah, I don't exactly know what the right approach is.
I don't either. Yeah. I don't know.
You look great. I didn't wear any makeup. I had my laser hair removal appointment today, head to toe. 4 hours in the chair.
I was afraid my stubble would be visible.
Being burned alive, 1/4 size diameter at a time.
I wish. I wish. I don't get like the whole body hair thing. I get a little bit right here. I can just go and it's gone.
Well,
my thighs, I get like very little to no hair on my thighs. So like a couple of times a year, maybe I just have to go. I don't get body hair. I never did. I was never, but my face, I'll get a full beard.
Yeah, I could rock a ZZ Top thing if I wanted to. I used to. This is my second session, so it's like half patchy and gross, like when it comes in. But I at least don't have to shave every single day anymore.
I can't afford laser. I wish.
I did it, but I financed it.
Right.
And I'm gonna be fighting with insurance about that because I'm like, yo, this doesn't feel like cosmetic shit to me. It doesn't.
They don't care what it feels like to you.
I know, but I'm still gonna try. I'm still gonna try. Like, yo, like y'all motherfuckers in this society are the reason I'm like this. Y'all should fucking pay for it.
I have a consultation appointment for breast implants in November. So I'm looking forward to that, and that's going to be covered. My insurance will cover that.
Yeah, they're going to cover that for me, but I'm waiting until like a more development. I haven't
been at this as long as you have, of course, but I guess they would like to wait a minimum of 2 years. And I'll wait. I want to do things right. I want to make sure that I get the most optimal whatever and all the things. But I don't think I'm doing bad. I get it. I'm not where I want to be, but I'm happy. Thank you. You look great. I'm working on it. It's a start.
I tell everybody I'm a work in progress. I want to get the at-home laser removal thing.
IPL?
Yes.
So I can ask someone that didn't. Those are kind of a mixed bag. So hold up your arm to the camera. I want to see your skin. Yeah.
Oh, camera's really far away.
So it probably would work for you. But it's only, I think, takes care of the dark hairs. I don't know.
Yeah.
I might be able to send you one if you want to try it.
They're
like a few $100. They're not
expensive.
It's expensive, but
I am a poor girl. They're expensive.
I know, but it's attainable.
Yes. So
time.
Anyway, yeah, I wanted to do that. If it's it doesn't. Yes, it's a mixed bag. But if it does work for you, it usually takes about 8 weeks. And I'm like, well, I can do that, and then by spring, by next summer, I'll never have to shave my face again.
I think it works closer to waxing than it does anything else. Where since it damages the follicle, it kills it at below the surface.
Right.
It takes the follicle to have to reform. So people will say it might not permanently hit all of this stuff. It will for some, but for a lot, it'll just be like wax, right? But it's cheaper than waxing because if you go for a full body wax, that's hundreds of dollars too. You might as well just get one of those devices and try that.
But no matter how closely I shave, and no matter what makeup I use, you can still see.
Me too.
See my facial hair. And I want to get to the point where that's no longer the case.
So one trick that I've learned for that, because I have that same issue, I don't right at the moment, and that's because I just had my face fried off, but that'll last a little few days before that issue comes back. The thing is, scalding hot water in the shower, go to Target or Walmart and get a steam-proof mirror, with a little suction cup.
Right.
And use one of them boy razors, whatever the Gillette, don't fucking cheap out. Get the good shit.
I use a Gillette Mach 3.
Yeah. I use the Gillette Fusion, whatever the fuck. Use the real shit is what I'm saying. That. Yeah. And then that with a little bit of concealer, mostly also color correcting powders. If I've done all that shit. I get you.
Here, well, there's all my stuff.
Yeah. It's your whole vanity.
Yeah. Well, my desk here is basically that. So yeah. I have this is my my foundation, and then I have concealer, and I have this one, and it's all kinds of shit. So
whoa, check it out. I got nails, and I got a little trans butterfly on there if you can see it.
Oh, cute. I don't.
Yeah.
I had gotten gel tips,
and
now my nails are so fucked up from them. They crumble. They get to a certain length and they just snap and crumble. They're a mess. So I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that again. Paid all that money. And
I did the powder dip stuff where they build it up, and I'm growing them out. I'm gonna grow them out once probably because I'm already kind of annoyed. I do it kind of does make you feel daintier. You don't want to fuck up your nails, so you do shit all deliberate and on purpose. And I'm like, oh, that's why girls move their hands all girly. That's why. Figured that out. But
That's why girls move their hands all girly.
Well, like, you know, like they don't want to fuck up their nails. Like, I don't want to fuck up my nails. Like, yo, it's taken like
So-
months here.
I used to go get a manicure. It was just paint, right? Just paint.
Yeah.
And they would just polish my nails, but whatever. And I'm under the dryer talking to the girl, right?
Yeah.
And I'll bump into the thing and fuck up my nail. Like, oh no, I messed it up, and she'd fix it, and I'd go
Yeah.
back under the dryer, and we're talking, and I'd bump it again, and yeah, it's like shit.
Yeah, I don't go. I go about half or less than probably the average chick, you know, because I just am not accustomed to having to pay that much money to maintain something like that, and I'm not going to.
I rarely ever go anymore.
Yeah,
Like this year, I've had my nails done once this year.
yeah,
And it's a lot of money. I'm poor. I'm
I
poor.
get it. Like my
I
hair.
drive people to the doctor so I have money to, you know, to give me money for driving.
Your hair did that's like a balayage thing or something you got going on there. It's really cute.
Thank you. I had because I had the red for a while.
Yeah.
And I went to my hairdresser. I said I wanted to go blonde. So what they did was highlights.
Mm-hmm.
So they just did all the way around. They did all highlights, and that's all it was. And then I got this blue going on.
Yeah, I think they call that balayage or something.
These are
like that.
actually they did extensions.
Extension, yeah, and it kind of looks like that. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah,
I want to go get an actual balayage at one point at some time, but that's like $200.
yeah. So
I kind of like lay out like, balayage
it's
or IPL.
I know, I get you. You know, I don't want to come across like, yo, I don't have a lot of money these days either. I'm just doing what I can afford, and all I can afford to do is finance my hair removal. You know, after I get through that, I'll do the next thing.
I went for not laser, the other one. Anyway,
electrolysis.
And all of my hair grew back, and my face is scarred. All in here, I got all these scars. So
no, I'm sorry.
it cost. I paid over $1,000 worth of treatments, and I ended up scarred and still have a full beard. It sucks.
So I will say this: Milan is nationwide, and they have 0% financing, and that's how I did it.
Who?
Milan is this chain of laser hair removal, and so I financed it on a 3-year term, 0% interest, and
I don't have an income.
yeah. Sorry, girl.
Yeah, I know. I'm a stay-at-home mom.
You're good at it, though.
I like to think so.
You're hot.
I am so not. I like to think I am, though.
Your makeup looks great. I'd hit it.
Are there any near me? Middletown, New York. Okay. Milan, laser hair removal. Middletown, New York. That's I would have to leave the state.
Yo,
New Jersey's fucking weird.
this is Milan is like the top trans girl place to go. It's they know what the fuck they're doing there. Yeah. It is legit operation. You know, there might be cheaper options too. I don't know. But I want that for you though. You know.
This has been a very long road for me. I have been on this road longer than a lot. My transition started about 17 years ago, give or take. I honestly didn't think I would ever get to where I am, though.
It's not bad. It's not.
Well, I mean,
I know.
I'm-
I know.
Hmm.
I'm with you. I get it. Trust me. Trust me. I get it.
so I have pretty privilege. That's something I found out. I was at motor vehicle. I drove a friend a motor vehicle because they give me money to take them places, and I just was like, some dude told me to smile, and I was just like,
thank you.
I made it.
You made it.
I'm a
Yay.
real girl. So I mean, the guy fell over himself to hold the door for me. Another guy called me ma'am. And this was all within like the 10 minutes, all within 10 minutes, right? And I was just like, oh my God. In all seriousness, I was like, I did it. Like I made it. I mean, as far as they knew, I was just, some middle-aged woman. I mean, it was just,
I'm not quite there yet. I don't think I'll ever really get there just because of my stature and things. But like, I've kind of determined that I can be pretty on my own scale, and I might not ever really get like what I want exactly, like for myself, or like even how that pertains to my sexuality. Because like,
how rare it is for trans women to get what they want. I mean,
Sure.
it's you've got to start transitioning young. It's and have like a fully supportive network and money. I mean, it's
I get it.
The stumbling blocks for us are massive.
But you want to know what but like it can be beautiful in its own way, like that's kind of where I'm at. Is I'll never be that, but they can also never be this. Like there is a beauty that can only come from this, and I realized, because I'm single and I play the market, I'm actually the commodity. It's not the other way around. I was terrified that I would be lonely, that I wouldn't find love.
The dating pool for trans women, it's just in general, no matter what you look like, the dating pool for trans women is actually really big because it encompasses women, trans women, gay men, and straight men.
I know.
It's a pretty large pool to choose from.
And like, I'm not looking very hot at the moment, but I think when I doll it up,
I normally don't look like this. Like this was because I was going to broadcast. I wanted to.
I'm in my mom outfit. Look, I got sweats, a sports bra, and like I'm no makeup. Like I'm a mess.
Yeah,
but when I do it up though, like I feel almost like a magician or something. Like it fucks with people's heads, like
I get that.
Yeah, you get that.
I get that because I have this.
Some of my little fucking trans magic on them. Like, am I playing with your brain?
This, and I can make my change the shape of my face with this.
Yeah, is that the contour? Yeah, it's just like it's like I can do like
magic.
If you asked me like a year ago, or even just 2 years ago to a year ago, that I would be like some sort of fucking master craft artist at makeup, I would have told you you're fucking nuts. But like, I'm actually super good at that shit.
I'm getting there. I don't wear makeup as often as maybe I should. I don't know. Because I need more practice, but I'm getting better.
Yeah.
I was doing for a long time. I was doing basically like eyeshadow, like a drag queen, where it was going up to my eyebrows.
Sure.
You
Because
know,
you go through that phase. And
yeah.
like I think there's
Now
yeah.
it's still wearing eyeshadow, but it's under control now.
I think a lot of trans girls, like, well, I'll only speak for myself. Like, I think that I got to skip the phase because I just am hyper aware of myself. I think I'm like super in my own head all the time, and it's annoying.
A lot of
But like when I see other trans girls, like there's a phase, right? But like it's a phase that I can reflect on because I think there's like an internal sense, a male sense, like that, like at least I derived, like just being and being raised by that amongst other males in that way. Like it's almost like you internalize the male perspective, like I. It's like I'm conforming to their gaze or something, if that makes sense. Like that's like what I saw in other trans women.
Let me like one of my goals
Yeah.
in how I want to present, how I want to look is
Right.
I want to be what I would have thought as a man, what I would have found attractive in a woman.
Right.
I want
Yeah.
to,
Or what you were supposed to anyway.
right. So I want to conform myself
right to that thing.
to that. Right.
But see, but cis girls do that too.
Yes.
It's like this weird thing, right? Like you can know it and be imprisoned by it and love it and also hate it all at the same time.
Right. So there was, and I've said this before, and I think I probably said it on the show before, like the whole thing with my weight, and just like the whole body thing where I hate my body. I love my hair. You know, I like my boobs. I wish they were bigger, but other than that, I hate my body, and I kind of told myself that going into this, right, I'm not going to be one of those girls. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fall into that trap. And oh, I did. I I did. I said earlier, right? 1,200 calories a day. You know, I'm walking like 30 miles a week. You know, I obsess over my size.
Yo, I just ordered a pallet of keto factor meals, like because.
So, but I knew going in that this is a trap that women fall into all the time, and I'm like, but I'm coming in from a different perspective. I am coming in as somebody who's raised as a male, who was raised to be a man. So I'm coming into this with this knowledge, right? This worldly knowledge, so I won't fall into that trap. No, it took me no time at all. It took me about a week. I'm right there in that trap.
Like,
it is what it is.
I feel like until or unless I can become attractive to lesbians and cis het guys, I'm like not there, and I don't think I'll get there exactly. But you know what I've noticed though? Cis women are like way the fuck into me. They're like fucking crazy.
So not to pat myself on the back or to maybe it's a humble brag, I don't know, but I actually am considered attractive from lesbians and
well, that's fucking cool.
Cis straight men, and I still don't feel like I made it or I did it. I still think I got so far to go yet.
Oh, that's great. Like I do this shit for like the idea that I can like get past it. Like I just want to like get past the bullshit. I don't know.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if any of us can. I don't know.
my God.
I mean, you know how many married men? Oh my God, how many married men hit me up? It's like constant, and
Yeah.
sometimes I share the messages with Peach. I'm like, look at this guy, look at what he's saying.
Yo, dating apps as a trans girl is fucking wild.
Yes,
Like, it's fucking nuts.
I
Like,
had some guy ask to see my dick. Like, I don't have one.
yo, I have had some interesting experiences dating as a trans girl. It is pretty fucking crazy, actually. Like, well, because like I wasn't even part of this community like until I came out.
Right.
And then like so like I've just had some interesting experiences. Like, it's pretty fucking crazy. Like, this is more than, here's the thing. I don't even know that I was ever fucking straight. Like, and like, that's the weird thing. I did that. But
Okay.
like,
I actually struggle with defining, and I mean,
I don't even know what it means to be gay anymore. They
Right.
both feel gay. Both ways are gay.
They are. Okay,
It's like,
so
it can't be exactly straight.
I've been with Peach now almost 13 years.
Yeah.
And for the bulk of our relationship, it was just like, look at me, I'm a gay man in a straight relationship. And now I'm a straight woman in a gay relationship. And I'm still me.
Like, I get it. Like, for people like that, I get it. Like, the pronoun thing, and what gay and straight and like all that. Like, it really doesn't fucking matter. If you're gonna be into it, be into it. If you're not gonna be into it, don't be into it. Like, it doesn't really even need a name. Just be you. And
What we talked about, like, because I've always been pretty open about like a lot of this stuff. Whereas I am primarily attracted to men, and people go, "Oh, then why are you with a woman?" Well, I'm also attracted to women. I said, I'm primarily, not exclusively. These are different things.
I know, right? Like, my person could probably take any kind of form. In fact, it could take the form. Like, I didn't even know that I was into trans girls. Like, I had no fucking idea.
That I don't know what's up with me with that. I am not.
You're not? Like, that's fine. But like,
it's fine.
But
I've noticed that it's kind of rare. Like, most trans women seem to be into trans women.
I'm not.
And I don't know if it's because
it's nothing I really ever thought about. I never really considered it. But like, one of them hit me up, and I'm like,
okay,
let's try this out. And
I have no interest. I've never been with a trans woman, and I've got no interest. There's nothing about it that makes me think, no.
I think it's like, if you're like on the level, right? I think it's like, I don't know. I've been with a trans girl, and we were poly open and stuff, and talking to a guy like, well, what are you? I'm like, I don't know. I guess imagine a couple of gay guys that decided to turn themselves into girls. Like, that would be kind of what we are. And we like are friends, and then we fuck each other sometimes, and then it's like, just.
So even when I was presenting as a man and living, openly as a gay man, I was also weird in the gay community, because most of the people, not all, but most of the gay men that I knew were pretty, like, they slept with their friends.
Right.
Like, I that wasn't me. I'm a lot more old fashioned than that. I don't want to sleep with my friends. If you have sex with your friends, you're not friends anymore.
So like, I'm actually opposite about that. Like, I am totally free spirit. Like, I
know. No.
I mean, I won't for the sense of my own safety. Like, I don't fuck everything I see just because.
So I would
but
prefer to have sex with somebody I love and I'm in a relationship with, or a stranger, over a friend.
really,
Yep. I don't know your name and you're hot. Let's go. You know, if we're friends and we've known each other for a while,
well, I
nothing.
wouldn't get. I would try to avoid getting involved with friends that are fucking weird. Like if they're gonna make it. Like I guess like my thing is I'm just kind of I've kind of realized I'm like different. I think maybe that's why I was struggling so hard in my last life is like my perception about
Last life. I like that.
like I just don't have a problem with sex. Like
I don't either. I just don't want to have sex with friends because I think it taints the friendship.
I mean, if you're that kind of person, then sure. Like, but like I would be. I don't know. I'm not coming on to you, by the way. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, even if you were, it wouldn't matter anyway because you're 3/4 of a country away. So, I mean, I get this guy from Indiana. I don't know if he's watching tonight. Butch, if you're watching, hi. For a long time, he was giving me $50 a week just for being me. And he's in Indiana. He's like almost half a country away, right? Something like that. And he's like, he'll send me messages. I wish we could meet. I'm like, oh, I know. It's just so far.
See, like that's like my relationship, by the way, is it's a friendship. Like we're not in a traditional relationship. Like I could go like a couple weeks and not see her, and then just see her, and then we.
Oh, you said you're single,
right? But like I got friends that I can call up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I can't do that. Like I said, I would prefer to hook up with somebody I don't know.
No, it's
I don't know why. I don't know why that is. I kind of feel like that.
Sometimes we just hang out, and sometimes we do stuff.
Yeah, I guess. No, I kind of feel like for me, sometimes I feel like that kind of messes up a friendship. But also, I think I also have like this insecurity, and if it's somebody I love, I have no problem getting naked for them. And if it's somebody that I don't give a shit about, then I got no problem getting naked for them. But if it's a friend, then they're looking at me.
Well, yeah, because they want to fuck your brains out.
No, don't look at me.
Which is like not. Weird. It shouldn't be like a problem though. Like,
I guess I'm weird. That's all. I don't know.
My
ex-boyfriend had an issue with me having friends because as a gay man, I'm pretty sure he slept with most of his friends.
Right.
And when I was just like, I don't do that, I don't think he ever believed it. But I don't do that.
Yeah, I think I'm more gay than you. And that's saying some shit.
That's okay. I'm girlier than Peach. It's an ongoing joke here because I go and I get my hair done. I put my face on. I put my face on tonight. It took me 15 minutes. I do this and I'm like, I look amazing, right?
Damn.
She takes a long time.
It takes me a minute. Like I'm pretty particular about mine though. I don't like to just throw it on. I'm like super deliberate.
Oh, I'm very deliberate too. It's just I've learned to do it quickly.
Yeah.
Like Peach hasn't gone and had her hair done in forever. So we joke about that. I do all this girl stuff and she doesn't.
Yeah. I'm like out of the 5 girlfriends I hang out with, this like I don't really know too many trans people, but I mean, I don't hang out with a lot of them, but I hang out with cis women. But I'm the girliest probably of them, I think. Probably by quite a bit. Well, because like I'm like, fuck it. I'm like, I like pretty shit. I don't give a fuck. Like, I haven't got to do this my whole fucking life.
Right. Like, well, we've talked about like the whole cross-dresser thing where it's just like, okay, I don't dress. I get dressed.
Right.
But if I'm being completely honest, there is a certain amount of, oh my God, I can do this.
Yeah. Like that, like I'm gonna fucking try to enjoy myself, you know, fuck it. Like I never really thought about it. It's not like I had some affinity to the idea of like doing it, but if I gotta fucking do it, I'm gonna try to enjoy it, you
Right.
know?
Right.
Like
and
this is
that's
the weirdest,
right.
this is the weirdest thing is like it's actually a real pain in the ass. It's like it is. It's a pain in the ass. Like I like being it, but I don't like having to deal with the fucking
Right.
the bullshit that comes with it.
Right.
You're like,
Right.
this is fucking annoying.
Enjoying it is not
Yeah.
the same as, beating off because you're putting on stockings.
Nah, right. Like that's not what the fuck I am. But like I like the idea that I can be fucking pretty, you know? Like I'm not gonna lie. Why like
I love it.
yeah. Like I'm a fucking girl. That's like what girls do. Right? I don't
Like,
fucking know.
like right now, I'm looking at me. I'm thinking, I'm like, I look good.
Yeah, you do.
Love
I'm looking at you. You freaking little narcissist.
I know, right?
I
Man,
think it goes with it. Are we?
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh well.
That's what the turfs say anyway. I don't know.
They might be right. I don't care. I'm still doing me, bitch.
It's
Like, go get you.
a local, well, fairly local. It was a state Action Together New Jersey page on Facebook. And it was a post about book banning. And this woman in the comments went on an anti-trans turfy rant that went on for comment after comment after comment. And it was just like, oh my God. She actually got kicked out of the group. Because it's a leftist group, and it was just like, why is this woman spewing all of this hatred?
They are turfs. I'm not convinced are left wingers. You know, like that's a grift thing. Like they're not.
Well, I mean, some of them are.
I know, but like
They're feminists, the radical feminists. Not all of them, right? I mean, I know it's in the name, but not all of them are radical feminists.
like just their whole like relationship with these fucking right wingers, you know, like the like on their media.
Well, I mean, it's
shit.
you
It's like, oh, listen to this feminist
enemy
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's pretty much they're in cahoots because they're trying to save young
They all fucking look the same to me. That's what I know. You know, from where I sit, they're like, y'all look the same to me.
Can't tell them apart. I know.
Can't tell them fucking apart. They are a cut of the same cloth. You fucking turfs are a bunch of fucking right-wing conservatives. Fucking own it.
Own it.
You fucking own your shit, you fucking conservative. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
So I look really good tonight.
I know.
Not to be a narcissist, but I don't look this good most of the time. I look good tonight.
Your hair is fire.
It's my favorite thing is my hair. All day long I play with my hair, constantly playing with my hair. I go for my walks. I'll be like all walking and I'm like holding my hair.
Yeah, I got fucking hair. Finally.
Yes. In the 80s I had a mullet, but it was pretty long. It was like down to here, but it was a mullet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a mullet too.
It was just like, hey, I had long hair. I remember when I had long hair. Right before I went into the service, I cut my hair. They tell you not to, but I did it anyway. I cut my hair, and then I hadn't never grew it long again until now, and I always wanted to, but it was always like, you have to work, and you can't just do it, and I don't know. So when I started to grow my hair and it started to grow in, I was so excited about it. Love it.
I have a photo of me, a young kid, with like a long hair, a mullet kind of thing, wearing a tight mesh t-shirt, like in the image of Pretty Hate Machine from Trent Reznor, like the late 80s, like I was that my entire life, like from the beginning before I wasn't,
So do you ever like wake up in the morning or, get out of the shower and look at yourself in the mirror and think to yourself, I can't believe I really did this?
I'd say that's like a constant fucking ongoing voice in my head all of the time, actually. Like, I don't go like look in the mirror. They're like,
so it's not really
like, is this fucking really my life? Am I really a trans girl living in like literally Mecca of white nationalism, Christian nationalism rather? Like,
it's not constant for me, but yeah, no, every now and then I
like, I'm like, yo, I need to go get high or something, because like it is like an am I high kind of sensation sometimes that this is my fucking life. You're like, whoa. But here we are, like this is what we are. It is what we are, and we're doing this shit.
I'm gonna try to restart YouTube. Not this channel, the Raven J channel. I want to get that off the ground now. I want to start making videos. I mean, some of the stuff that we talked about tonight is stuff that I wanted to make some of my first videos on.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like when I'm dolled up, I feel like I have more motivation to get on camera. And I think that's part of what I have to do is I do have to spend more time making sure I look good. So I have the oomph to do it. Does that make sense?
I do. I know what you mean. Like don't get me wrong. I like the thing. Like I'm in this really weird spot where, it's like I can't pass as a cishet guy anymore. Like they might not know what the fuck I am. Like even if I like wear boy clothes and shit, like it doesn't fucking matter. So I can't really, like, if I just want to like fucking, if I have to go into like some biker bar and want to be a boy or whatever, just for my own safety, like I'm like, nope, can't do that. Like I'm like, I don't have that. Like I've lost that. Like they might not look at me like a girl, but they don't look at me like a boy either.
Yeah, I understand.
But like the weird part of it is I don't think they think it looks bad.
Right.
Like they might not see it, but they're like, I might want to fuck it. Like we're not sure.
Some cishet guys are like legitimately, absolutely for real that they're completely disgusted by it, and they wouldn't mind curb stomping you. But the surprising number are actually kind of turned on by it.
It's kind of weird. Like even I get it. And like I didn't, like when I look in the mirror, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they're seeing, but
right. I get it.
Like at least when I'm dolled up, right? Like you can see their fucking gears are turning. Like when I like put it on, like when I like really, we're going girl tonight. Like I'm gonna lay it the fuck out there, and I'm gonna fucking, yeah, watch out, bitch. I'm gonna fuck your husband. Watch, like,
wow. So have you had how do I say this? Like heightened emotional outbursts because of hormones?
I feel my emotions more deeply, but I haven't had more outbursts. No.
I'll cry sometimes, and I don't know why I'm crying.
That I do, but I don't consider that an outburst.
Oh, I do. Because yeah, I was watching TV last night and I was crying. I was sitting in the living room crying. I have no idea why I was crying. I cannot put words to it. All I know is that I was almost sobbing, and I don't know why.
I think it's on a couple levels. I think on one level, the hormones do some shit to us. And then on another level, I think it's like we just let ourselves be okay with doing it.
Right.
Like I think it's like,
if I had to define the reasoning, the way I kind of look at it is, well, everything.
yeah.
What's wrong? Everything. And I know that before, like if my ex-wife, right, if she was crying about something and I asked her what was wrong and she said everything, I'd be like, what kind of bullshit is that? That's not an answer. But now, no, that's the answer.
So I totally understand this answer. I'm pretty sure I know like exactly what that means. And you don't even have to say what it means. Like everything is a fucking disaster.
So, but I was sitting, I was watching Suits. I don't know why I'm watching Suits. I am hooked on the show Suits. In like a week, I've watched 5 seasons. It's about corporate lawyers.
I have these weird experiences though. Like my best friend in this whole world, her name's Laura. Like we're like fucking sisters. She's like probably the best thing that's fucking happened to me in ever. She'll watch this junk ass TV, like Hollywood fucking Housewives or whatever. And I'm like sitting there and I'm looking at her and I love her and I hope she never watches this video, but I don't care. I'm just going to say it anyway. I'm like looking at this dumb shit. I'm like, maybe I'm not a girl. I don't know how I can do this.
Hi, Peachy
Anyway.
Keen.
Hey, you.
Peachy Keen Jelly Bean.
Yeah, I just don't do the reality TV. I can't.
Yeah, I don't really TV either. I don't know.
If that's inherent to girlness, then I'll be a boy when it comes to TV.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go. I ran out of shit to talk about tonight.
What happened?
I don't got anything else to talk about tonight.
No? We ran through all the topics?
Well, we reached the end of the internet, I guess. Here we are.
Touch grass.
Touch grass?
Yeah, you reached the end of the internet. Touch grass. All right. Well, everybody who's here, hi and good night. This is the end of the show.
Is there anybody? How many viewers are there?
4 viewers.
4 viewers.
Reality TV is trash. That is true. This is very, very true.
So, Peach, like, you still consider yourself a girl even though you don't like reality TV? You don't have these kind of insidious questions pop up into your mind like I do? It's just me. This is like, you know what I mean? Like the trans girl mindfuck of shit that you think about when it comes to, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I get that. I have actually sat and thought to myself,
it's just a funny thing about myself. I think about weird shit.
Fucking weird. Transition is weird. All of it is weird.
You know, it's interesting, like, being this, because I don't think I'm the only one that thinks about weird ass shit like this. Like, you're just constantly fucking paranoid, like, about shit like that.
But like, if you're girl enough,
Yeah, like, you know, I'm still like, I figured it out. I'm just saying, like,
I know
you
what you
know,
mean. So, like, there's, and I talked about this a million times, like, especially when I first transitioned, right? Publicly,
yeah,
where like there's stuff that you pick up through your life that, it's doesn't mean anything, right? But like
mm,
guys do this thing when they're like walking through the mall. You walk through the mall and you see people, right? You're passing people. If it's somebody you know, men do this.
yeah,
Somebody you know out in public, it's a guy thing. Women don't do that. Men do that. If you don't know them, you do this. It's a downward nod for strangers, upward for people you know. And I found myself doing it shortly after I started to present as a woman at the mall. And I thought to myself, wow, that was fucking weird. Why do I do that?
yeah, right.
But it's a guy thing. It's very much a guy thing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to stop doing that because looking like this and doing it might send a different message than just, hey.
It means a different thing. And
Yeah.
one thing that fucks me up with women, like the other way around, and like whatever signals I put off versus whatever signals they put off. Like, the thing is, women talk to women differently than they talk to men.
Yes.
They don't realize that they do, but they do.
But
And
they do.
so it's become very difficult to discern when a girl is into me or just is being friendly. Right? It's very, very difficult
So,
because they talk to me in a way different way than they used to talk to me.
right. So there's
Right?
how.
Fucking weird.
So I know what I want to say. I said to figure out how to say this. So how they talk to you,
Yeah.
it's different than they used to. It could be because they're accepting you as a woman,
Or
and
that
it,
they
and it
want
doesn't
to.
mean anything, right? But I
Right.
mean, you know. So I don't know.
I've seen this shit like all kinds of ways.
So I avoid women's spaces. Um, Partly because I don't think I pass. It's number one. And most of the time I don't. I'm real good tonight, but tonight isn't the norm. But I don't think I pass. That's number one. And number two, you can't be accused of invading women's spaces if you're not there.
So, like, I don't. How I deal with that is I don't go to places where I think it would be an issue.
Right. If restroom,
Like the reason I go to
there's a
Target.
third choice. If there's a
Yeah.
third choice for a restroom, I use it. If it's one of those places they have the family restroom, I'm using it.
Yeah.
Um,
So here's the thing. Like, there's a reason I go to Target and not Walmart. And it's like, I get that lefties are always going to rag on Walmart more for some fucking weird reason, even though I'm sure they're both awful. But it has to do with who shops at Walmart versus who shops at Target.
right.
Right? Like, for me.
Right. No, exactly.
Like, I don't give a fuck what they really believe, other than if they're the kind of people that don't give a fuck, those are my kind of people. And more of those kind of people shop at Target, and that's why the fuck I go there. And I don't give a shit if my shit costs $20 more or whatever.
Yeah,
But
that's
that's where
not
the
an
fuck I
option.
go.
That's not an option for me.
Oh man, that sucks.
We only have Walmart.
Fuck.
That's it. That's all there is Walmart.
Ugh.
So for a department store, grocery stores, we have lots of those, but for a department store, it's Walmart. That's the only one we have.
Right. Like
The mall-
I'd rather just spend more money and go to where I know people are going to be less shitty.
Yeah. If I want to drive 40 minutes, then I've got options. But like here, there's only Walmart. So, well, I could go a half an hour away and I can go to Kohl's. That's just a lot more money. And I don't know if it's any better as far as attitudes. I don't know.
Because where you live.
Right.
Do you really get a hard time?
I don't. Well, that's the thing. Is it's surprising that I don't get a hard time. I have never had an anti-trans or a transphobic experience out in public. I've had people look, and you could tell by the look on their face that they're confused or they're not sure. But most of the time, the vast majority of the time, people don't give a shit.
I get
Because even though it's Trump country, it's still New Jersey.
I get this whole other kind of weird experience. Like my trans experience, I think, is a little bit different because, like, I don't pass for shit, but I'm also attractive, if that makes sense. So,
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, I understand, but it also doesn't matter. Like, you could be butt ugly,
right?
Trans, and people are still going to be attracted.
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, just being trans is a commodity.
Yeah, but like those people weird me the fuck out.
Because you're a walking fantasy.
Yeah, but like I'm not their walking fantasy, you know what I mean? Like
you don't make that choice.
Those people are weird to me.
Yeah.
Like too many of those motherfuckers hit me up on apps and shit and like, yo, what they think I am and what I am aren't like that is those are not the same things.
Chasers.
Right.
Chasers are creepy.
Yo. Like I don't even think they know like what we really are. Like it's like
well, all they see is a sexual being. That's all they see. It's all about sex for them. So it doesn't matter what you are. What matters is sex. It's a conquest.
Right. And like I'm not gonna
some of them want to be conquered.
Yeah, and that kind of creeps me out too because I've got my own dysphoric issues pertaining to that.
Right.
And like they embrace something that I'm sort of like
disgusted by.
Well, it's like
I know what you mean.
There's pros and cons,
You can pee standing up. I can't.
Right. Yeah. Like
you can write your name in the snow.
It's just the bullshit
Autumn is a
associated
long
with it.
name to be writing in the snow, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't.
Right. Like it's, I don't know. I haven't figured that part of myself out yet. I'm sort of.
I sometimes
like
can't
wait and see.
No, sometimes I can't believe I did it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't have any regrets about it, but still sometimes I'm just like, I can't believe I did this. I can't believe how easy it was.
Yeah. For me, I think it's just like, how do I pair this up into one coherent being? Like I can never be a cis girl. Right. So I'm going to be something different. Maybe like in my own way, right?
Well, I mean, there's also this whole thing about like the devils you know and the devils you don't. Like you've got equipment that operate to at least hopefully to an extent that you're happy with, and you know how it works. You know what to expect. Surgery, you have expectations. Doesn't necessarily mean, wait, what? Hey, we have ways to be standing up. Don't even remember why, but TJ sent me a Shiwi 2 years ago. I want one of those to when I'm out on the trail. I do a lot of walking.
The least of my concerns is about peeing standing up.
Oh, no. It's a valuable thing. Believe me.
I understand, but
once you can no longer do it, you realize how valuable it is. So, I was up High Point State Park. I was about 7 miles into a 9-mile hike. I had to pee so bad, and it's woods. Wood. I was with a friend. She was just like, I'll keep a lookout. You can go squat in the bushes. I had never attempted that before since surgery. And it was such a difficult thing to maneuver. And I was like, I wish I could just be standing up.
I get that. But that's not among my considerations.
It's a big deal.
It's not. It's okay. I get that, but there's more important aspects about it. Would it be enough, right? That's what I get fucked up by.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's a heavy shit though, for me. Something I think about a lot.
Well, I don't know. I always hated mine, and I was happy to get rid of it.
Right.
So
I don't know why that's the thing. I don't really like mine either.
Yeah.
But I can't deny that I've used it. It works. I'm not that dysphoric about it, I guess.
But mine was nice.
Right.
It was nice. It was, yeah.
So it's complicated. It's just, I think you know what I'm going through with that.
I had a certain amount of I was proud of it, kind of a thing, even though I hated it. It was just
it's like you're both. It's like
I was a bottom. So people would ask about its size, and I'd be like, "Oh, it doesn't really matter to me because I don't really use it." But at the same time, I was like, "But 8.5, it's pretty good."
Yeah.
Not too shabby for a white guy.
Yeah, that's way bigger than me, especially now. My shit is
I didn't lose any size from hormones. I know a lot do. I didn't lose any.
To get raw about it, it's like a use it or lose it thing for sure. It is and now it's a whole freaking process. And whoever's watching that would understand this through the lens of trans porn. The truth of it is it's an event for me to it's go up and jerk off. It's fucking scented candles. Here we go. This is gonna carve out a fucking hour. I don't feel like doing this at all.
There was a
but I have to because I need the tissue.
I had actually a pretty good period of time where it didn't work anymore, and that was it. That was done. After Peach was pregnant with Kai, after that it kind of petered out, so to speak, and the hormones kind of overcame it, and that was it. So it was just at that point, it was just initially the surgery that Peach and I talked about was a orchiectomy. I said I wanted to get an orchiectomy, and and that moved up to a little bit more than that, and then eventually it was just you know what, I've always hated the thing. Let's just do it. And she's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "If you're okay with it, I'm good. Let's just do it."
I
So,
feel like mine is more like a functional dysphoria where it's because it fucks me up. Like if I'm with women or with a woman, it's like I really only know how to pleasure them as a man in that way and like do my magic Mike shit. you know you know what the fuck I'm talking about, don't you? Yeah, you fucking do.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that fucking scene.
Helicopter
But that's
Yeah, helicopter spin. Yeah.
but I'm not that. I don't. It's weird. I feel like it draws out a part of me that isn't me. I guess I don't know how to explain it. Anyway,
No, I get it.
like I can be that, but I'm not that. And I think like being with a trans girl is like I think the interesting thing about that is there's versatility in that, I guess, like because you can just be different things for each other or something,
All right.
you know,
I don't know.
like it can be its own thing.
I guess.
I don't know. I'm not hitting on you. I'm talking about my girlfriend.
I am aware. I don't really relate though. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like all sorts of interdimensional gay, right? Like it's like I mean, just say it, just say it out loud. Like, yo, I just sucked my girlfriend's dick the other day. Like, it doesn't even like these words mean nothing. None of these words mean anything. Like, it's just interdimensional gay. That's like what this trans shit is.
What is language?
Oh fucking no.
What is language? Language don't real. Yeah, I get it. I get that. It's just the whole trans girl attraction I don't understand, but whatever.
I'm not like I didn't set out for it or anything. It just was a thing.
But does anybody? Maybe some do. I don't know.
I don't know.
What do I know? I'm not that smart anyway. I love that too. That's something else.
What's that?
You can play dumb.
What?
Men love that.
Oh, the doe eye thing?
I don't know.
What was me? What?
Yeah, right. I don't know.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I did that. Men love
fucking work my trans magic on their fucking. You can see their like gears turn. Like they're like, what is that fucking thing? I don't know.
Yeah, and then they get like, oh. And I've done it, and I'm thinking, wow, you're stupid.
I know. I fucking know it.
Oh man. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. I'll do all the thinking, okay? Okay. Good girl. Okay. Dumbass.
It's an interesting experience, if nothing else.
Yes.
I will say that. Like, what's weird is like I get a lot of attention, all sorts of it, good, bad, curious, and they'll look at you weird, but like the truth of it is, y'all look weird as fuck to me. It's like, do you know what I mean by that?
No.
Like, they're just very they're very invested into their world. They're
We all are, though. No.
I know, but like they just have a narrow
Yes. Well, that's what I mean. They're just very
view.
two-dimensional. They're just
Very, yeah.
so much of the world, so much of reality just goes right past them.
It's like a
because-
very small,
Yeah.
like it's like I have like a pity or something.
Yes.
That's like the thing. Like they probably don't know that that's like how I look at them.
That's
but-
why we're so popular. That's why we get as
Yeah.
much attention as we do, is because it's just like, holy shit.
Right. It's Baphomet incarnate over there.
Yeah.
Look at
You know?
that.
So,
Anyway.
all
That's
right.
fun. I'll talk to you later.
All right, everybody who's watching, all 4 of you, is probably really only 2 and only one of you chatting. All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Love you lots. Bye. Bye.